Yeah. Just know I'm ready if they ever try me. Send them to heaven in this hell-star T. I've been praying, but I ain't been on my knees. Feel like forever since I lost my G. Well, your name been on my call ID. James Craft, I got my own cheese. Plugs in here, cover the wrist. Shit like a long sleeve. Barely got too many around me. I do my own thing. Cause I let this bitch start ringing like it's a phone ring. Yeah. Niggas celebrate my losses, but forgot about my wins. We lost some and y'all lost some, that's from us coming back again. Pouring bleach over my pole, I'm trying to wash away my sins. Wrist weak over this stove, I'm trying to cook me up a Benz. We the ones that give them hope. Ain't no captain at a yacht if it's me and Matt's on a boat. I'm not racing for a spot, but it's places I gotta go. My homie been drinking wine, he on the verge of having strokes. That's the shit that you don't know. Spend your life with it. You turned your back against your dog, he put a knife in it. You know the game, this shit won't never change. I just wanted to ball with my pop just like I'm Bronny James. Nigga. For real.
Tryna hustle all night till the lights off. I done seen days with the lights off. Spray a nigga down like it's lights off. I'm on a 90-day run with no nights off. Tryna hustle all night till the lights off. I done seen days with the lights off. Spray a nigga down like it's lights off. I'm on a 90-day run with no nights off.
Money the producer.
Well, all right. Once again, putting it down for you and your. This is another episode of The Lion's Den, the segment titled The Conversation Continues, talking about what's on your mind. And we are your host. You have Captain Yeshaya Dodd, JT Raw, the seventh dancer, Lady Karima, and of course, little old me, your big brother, baby Hebrew, Brother Mala Akaya. And we want to let you know we give honor to the Lord in Christ, from whom all positive thoughts flow. And you're now about to be hit with Virgo energy. That's right. We're analytical, political, critical, but we always strive never to be hypocritical. Okay? And when you come into the Lion's Den, you are coming into the Truthality social media platform experiment. That's right, an experiment. We want you to test this ride and let's see how you like it. And the formula that makes this machine run, the 7 eyes, we bless you with intelligence, integrity, inspiration, influence, independence, insight, and information, which all comprise the fact that we bring. And that's FACTAS. We always bring you frequently accurate, correct truths. And when you roll with the lions, you always roll with the pride. It's PRIDE, because we're always permanently ready and destroying evil, starting with our own. And of course, you know, we are one of the many factions of the anti-coon movement. And what's a coon? A COON, a complete, obvious, obedient, yes, a boss, ninja. Okay? See, there's no cooning, no buck dancing, and no sambos over here. No handkerchief heads of any kind on this side of the fence. And please understand that sometimes we may not always see eye to eye. So we'll go into a point counterpoint, because the Lion's Den is also the home of the debate league. And there's nothing wrong with a good debate. It keeps you on your toes and it keeps you honest. And of course, we come in the spirit of Isaiah 41:21 through 24. We always come ready to produce our cause and bring forth our strong evidence. And of course, 1 Thessalonians 5:21, we always come ready to prove all things. And we want you out there in Lion's Den land when you join us, come with your pen, your notebook, your notepad, whatever, and take down everything that we say, because we don't want you just to take our word for it. We want you to get up off your behinds, your duffs, your abacatutskis, and check everything out that we say. Because see, we don't come with just theory and conjecture. We come with proof. And whether you like it or not, believe it or not, or you want to deal, oh, when you step into the lion's den, you're going to find out that we what? Keep it all the way live and keep it all the way real. And so, last but not least, please understand that when you come into the lion's den, you will follow the house rules set forth by our other beautiful lioness, Iron Manna. And that is, you will wipe your feet, you will mind your manners, you will conduct yourself in an orderly manner, and enjoy yourself. Because at any given time, if you get out of line, if you get out of pocket, then the seventh answer, she gonna get on you. And what me and your shy dog gonna do, we gonna stand down, we gonna stand out the way, because ain't no stopping her. Because if you come up here being a rude guest and we've been nothing but a hospitable host, you're gonna have a problem. Oh, but I almost forgot. For all you out here, if you are allergic to the truth, if you have a strong inability to handle the facts, well, the seventh answer, JT Raw and myself, we will extend to you our deepest empathy and sympathies, because we're not going to compromise it for nobody. So you're more than welcome to skedaddle, break out, leave, and you will not be missed. Trust. So, with all that being said, Captain Yeshaya, Lady Karima has put us on runway 12, and we are clear for takeoff.
You
So
talk first
from
on the topic of the show, and then I'll jump in.
I will. So, Captain Yeshaya, what we're gonna be talking about, of course, top of the line, 2 mass shootings, white on white crime. We're gonna be talking about the mass shooting that took place in Michigan first, Flint, Michigan to be exact. We're gonna talk about that first. So we've been cleared for takeoff, runway 12. And with that being said, are you ready, Captain Yeshaya? Because if you are, fly, my brother, fly. As the conversation continues, we're talking about Flint, Michigan, my man. What is on your mind?
What's on my mind? First and foremost, I want to say if Charlie Kirk was alive, what would he be saying about all these white crimes that have been committed in the last 6 weeks? I'm going to say 6 weeks. All these mass shootings, white men going on a rampage, committing murder, acts of violence. What would he have to be saying about that? See, I hate when I see people put out false reports on my people. Now, we ain't going to make no excuse, sugarcoat it. Our people is violent too. They doing some evil stuff out here too. But they not the most evil people on the planet or in America. If you look out the history of who committed the most violent acts in this country, it's been the colorist people. The colorist, that's my new name for them. The colorist people. CP, them. They committed the most acts of violence. And they still doing it now. But they want to put a label on black people, so-called black people in this country, or Hispanics, as though we committing all the crimes. I just gave Karima yesterday, and Malachi also, I think yesterday or today, an FBI report from 2019 on the statistics of who commit the most crimes in America. And guess who's number one in that? Guess who's number one? You got it. CPs, the CP, colorist people, they number one. They number one in rape, murder. They number one in fraud, child predators, serial killers. The only thing black people topped is armed robbery. But every other crime in America, that when you look at the statistics, the CPs are at the top of the list. See? See, they want to paint this fake ass narrative that black people commit all the crimes. I was just speaking to Malachi this morning. I said, all black people commit crimes, right? This is what this Charlie Kirk was saying out of his big mouth when his big mouth got silenced a couple weeks ago, right? Almost 2 weeks. Yeah, 2 weeks. Yeah, it's 2 weeks, right? I was saying, you saying that all black people committing all the crimes in America. Okay, let's analyze that. You got the young, middle age, and you got senior citizens, old people, so-called. People in their 60s, late 60s, mid 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s, they still alive. You telling me some old man about 80 years old, some old woman about 90 years old is committing crimes on the street. An old elderly brother that's about 80 years old, he out there selling drugs, right? He out there robbing people, right? Because this is what this man said. He want to put the label and say all all the crimes in America are being committed by black people. So you telling me that the elderly black men and women in America, they committing crimes too. So our people that's going to church on Sunday morning, right? They so-called praising God on Sunday morning. Then after they get out of church, they go out there and commit crimes, right? That's what you're saying. See, when the Bible clearly give you a description of who these people are. They were born to lie, born liars. And that's what they do. BLs, born liars. You understand? They can't tell the truth. They know what they've done in this country. They know what they've done in the world historically. But they want to paint the label on us as a people. Yeah, we committed some crimes in America, but on a historical level and a worldly level, we ain't committed the crimes they committed. We ain't committed genocide on no other nations on the planet. We ain't dropped no bombs on no other nation. We ain't tried to steal no other nation's mineral resources. We ain't did none of this. So I don't know what the hell they talking about. See, they gonna have to face the music, man. And the song that's gonna be played, they ain't gonna like it. It's gonna be a song that make them cry. You understand? They're gonna have to face the judgment whether they want to believe it or not. America, you going down. You're not coming back up. You're going down. You understand? And this is what they need to learn. You got no savior in this country that's going to bring you so-called CPs back to the top. You got nobody. This man in the White House you call your hero and your leader, he going to lead you to your own end, your destruction. Straight talk. Anybody can see that. You know why people can see that? When your own people is saying that this man is a fool, that he ain't got no sense, he's ignorant. That's a sign that your kingdom is falling. See, your leaders, either they can keep the kingdom running or they can make the kingdom fall by their actions. See, this kingdom is falling not because of them. This kingdom is falling because their time is up. Their time is up. It's running out. They ain't got no long time to go. And a lot of them know it. And they trying to do whatever they can to, make it last a couple more minutes, make it last a couple more hours, days, years, months, whatever. It don't matter what they're doing. Their kingdom is done and their time is finished. And that's what they're going to learn. See, wickedness done had its time in the world. Man have done much abominable acts, going through the whole planet Earth, just destroying every damn thing, taking every damn thing, murdering, raping, robbing, doing all these things. But what these people don't want to face is that you're going to have to pay the price. You had a couple days ago, some of these white Christians in this country, maybe worldwide, thought a rapture was coming, that they was all going to be beamed up into heaven and be with white Jesus. Well, it did happen. Like I said a couple of days ago, the only close thing you would have got to the rapture is by listening to that song Anita Baker made in the 80s. 86, I think it came out, or 87. The Rapture. It was a song she made. That's the closest thing you're going to get to it, because that's not going to happen. See, when you really look at the Bible and look at the Bible for what it is, it's telling you exactly who the people of the Father is, who the salvation for is. See, these people, these white Christians, you painted a picture of a false image, and you destroyed the whole world by that false image. But when you find out that the real image of the man that's really the book talking about, he don't look like you, you're gonna be sad. And I really don't care if you do. Because for me and my people to have the total peace and harmony in our heart, the evil that's standing in our way, the destroyer that has destroyed us for as a people, you must be destroyed yourself. Your dreams of being with white Jesus, it's a dream, man. You gotta wake up from that. See, you can't make men to be who you want them to be. See what I'm saying? You got the whole world believing that you the righteous, which is a damn lie. Ain't no way in hell you people are the righteous. You don't use righteous judgment in your court system when it comes to us. A brother could commit a crime and a white man could commit the same crime the brother or sister commit, and guess who get more time in prison? Guess who? Guess who? You're not fair in your court system. You never gave our people compensation for the labor they gave to you here in the shores of America, which was Turtle Island in the beginning. You never gave us land. You never gave us no compensation at all. But you give compensation to everybody else but us. I'm gonna ask these people one thing. Do you really want to face the wrath of the Father, the Most High? Do you really want to face the wrath? Because you can't win. You can't win. You lost already. There ain't no reason to put the gloves on and get in the ring. You lost already, man. And you're gonna find out you losing. You losing now. Look at the state of America. White is against white. In your political party, Democrats against the Republicans, white people, period, in this country. You got the conservative and the liberals fighting against each other. The right wing and the left wing, they at war. They at each other's necks. Your kingdom is divided, man. You're not all on the same page. So if you ain't on the same page, how your kingdom gonna stand? Who you think is bringing this spirit of division on this earth, in this country, between you so-called CPs? Who you think it is? Because your time is up. You were not promised to rule the world forever. You were promised to rule the world for a short dispensation of time. Then he was going to give it back to the rightful owners. And the rightful owners is us. You looking at them. Y'all done everything in your power to destroy the memory of who we are in this country, and that failed. You did everything in your power to destroy our families. You did everything in your power to bring drugs in our communities. You did everything in your educational system to teach our children lies, and you're still doing that. So why do you think for 1 minute that the creator of all man gonna liberate you? You must be crazy to think that. Because I'm a people the buck. When you look at people on the earth that need liberation, it's us, definitely us. How could a people be the most hated people on the planet that ain't done no nation wrong, not a soul, but you hate us anyway? But the people have done all these horrible things to these other nations. Y'all in love with them. Y'all respect them. Y'all show them kindness. But the people who ain't done none of these things to you, you hate them. And the reason why y'all have so much respect for them is because you believe in that lion ass image, aka white Jesus, Caesar Borgia. And I'm gonna keep it a buck. That's the truth. Because these people have not, they ain't done nothing since I've been alive that they have earned any respect from me or us. They ain't done nothing. I'm gonna respect of people who hate me. I'm gonna respect of people who keep destroying my people, and I gotta respect you. The days of cooning is over, man. The days of loving them, your master is over, man. I mean, we gonna have a couple of them coon Negroes around, but they ass gonna disappear just like the rest of you. You know what I'm saying? It's time to choose sides. Who team you gonna be on? And a lot of our people, I'm gonna be real with it. I already know the outcome. They're gonna be a small remnant gonna choose the right way, and the rest gonna remain and choose the wrong way, and they ass gonna be disappear. They're gonna disappear. They're gonna be dismissed from this earth. Point blank period. So, but why are we speaking on this topic? Because violence is increased in this country among white people, so-called white people in this country. CPs. That's my word I call. Last night, down in North Carolina, a white man got on a boat with a machine gun, I think, and just shot up a restaurant. I think he killed maybe 3 people. This was last night. White violence. Not black people going to do this. This is white people, so-called white people. But the way Charlie Kirk was talking, he acted like white people don't commit not one crime in America. All the crime being committed is blacks, Hispanic, black and Hispanics. No crimes on this earth, no crimes in America were committed by whites. Well, that's been proven to be a lie. Yeah, and then this morning, Malachi just told me, a white boy shot up a church, a Mormon church at that, and in Michigan. It's so much stuff that I've been hearing that they've been doing. I can't even tell you everything. I can't. I would every time I see something that I see on them, I'm gonna have to write it down because that's how much criminal acts they've been committing. I can't even speak on all of it. That's how many damn criminal acts they can commit. But they always want to paint themselves, the image of themselves as righteous and they honorable and they the holy people and they don't commit no crime. All of that's a damn lie. And it's time the world wake the hell up and know what you're dealing with and know who you looking at. How you gonna be living in Japan or China and pointing the finger at our people that live 3,000 or 4,000 miles away? Yeah, Japan maybe about a little more than 4,000 miles away. And you gonna say that we the criminal element on the earth and we ain't even in your presence. Ain't that many Negroes in Japan. There's a couple of our people probably over there, maybe working in, business or something, whatever. Might even live over there. But they ain't committing no crimes like that. And even when you take statistics, there's states in this country where there's a real small black population, like Idaho, Iowa, North Dakota, and South Dakota, Wyoming. Who committing crime in them cities, in them towns, in them states? Because there ain't that many black people living in them states. When you look at the whole geographic of America, you got to go all of America, all the states of America. We don't dominate Rhode Island. That's mostly white people living there. Small remnant of our people live in Rhode Island, New Hampshire, Maine. If any criminal acts is being committed, it's mostly y'all. Because we ain't living up there. We don't live up there. We ain't really up there like that. Massachusetts, yeah, but those other states, we ain't up there like that. We sick of the lies, man. This man said If he see a black pilot, I hope he's qualified. Stupid. He wouldn't have been able to be a pilot if he wasn't qualified, asshole. He had to be certified, stupid. And you got people cheering this goddamn clown. You know what I mean? And they try to make this man out to be a hero. I don't agree with a lot of Martin Luther King, what he said, but this man ain't even on the level of Martin Luther King, bro. Let's keep it real. This man ain't on the level of Martin Luther King. He ain't on the level of Malcolm X. I mean, seriously. This is their last stand. This is why they putting this white boy up. Like he's a hero to them. Y'all ain't got nobody coming to y'all rescue, man. I mean, y'all kidding me, man. Really? Who you got? Who you got that could turn the clock back of America and make America all about you again? You ain't got nobody. For you to do that, you would have to get out of this country every so-called minority out of here and send them back where they belong. That means every Chinaman, every Asian, every East Indian, every so-called Arab, us, all Hispanics people, so-called Hispanics. Now how long that would take you, white man, to do that? Centuries, bro. I would say a centuries to do this. You can't do it. So, man, it's time to wake up, man, and understand. I'm going to let Mally get back in here. It's time to wake up and understand your kingdom is falling, man, and you ain't getting back up. This is the last days of your glory in this kingdom, man. The last days of your glory, the last days you're going to have a voice, any power, authority, anything. Because they're going to be a new sheriff in town. They're going to be a new people in town. And they were about to take over. And y'all going to learn who that is. So go ahead, man, jump in. Now come back.
Yes, sir. Now, if you're now just tuning in, welcome to the Lion's Den. This is the segment titled, The Conversation Continues, talking about what's on your mind. And again, we are your host, the seventh answer, Lady Karima. You have myself, Brother Malachi, Big Baby Hebrew, along with the one and only JT Raw, Yeshaya Da. Now, he just gave an overview on Charlie Kirk. We're talking about this whole ridiculous notion of white supremacy, all this anti-black hate and climate that has now been permeating the country, all right, if not the world, against we, Foundation of Black Americans, and, going to throw our Caribbean brothers and sisters in there too, as we're being blamed for Charlie Kirk being killed by Taylor Robinson a couple of weeks back in Utah. But now, what we want to do, I'm going to take y'all to Flint, Michigan, because at 10:25 a.m., we had Thomas Jacob Sanford went into a Saint Latter-day church, the Church of Jesus Christ is a claim, all right? And he crashed his big, American Ford Bronco, whatever model Jeep it was, into the doors.
That's proof that's a white man right there with the Jeep. Go ahead, man.
Yeah, talk about literally crashing out. All right. And he commenced the firing and shooting and killing. So far, 2 people with 8 or more people injured, with the church also being burnt to the ground. All right. But he went in with maximum carnage on his mind. Also behind that, though, at 9:30 p.m. Saturday night, you had Nigel Edge bombard the Southport
What's his name again? Hold up. I'm sorry to cut you.
Nigel Edge.
That's definitely a white man.
Yes, he is. Nigel Edge, all right, who went into the Southport yacht basin in North Carolina, and he commenced to letting off rounds, as Yeshaya said, and he took down 3 people and injured 2. Okay. Now, this is also now in conjunction with, as I reported to you last broadcast, we had in Leyland, because North Carolina been hot right now. In Leyland, North Carolina, you had a Brandon Taylor who ambushed a sheriff's deputy, and though he was killed, he injured the sheriff deputy who has now since been released from the hospital. But my point is, and what Yeshaya and Seventh Answer, what we've been showing and proving beyond all shadow of doubt. And I wish Charlie Kirk was alive, because see, I would have loved to have been able to eviscerate him right now in a debate. Because see, as Yeshaya died, we were in conversation during the course of the week. One thing that Yeshaya pointed out, and I agree with you, JT Raw, is this here. Charlie Kirk, Candace Owens, and so many others, they always had this real funky habit of going around to college campuses debating underaged, no life experienced young people. You know, as you say, Yeshaya, the Google generation. Okay, they always avoided at all costs men like myself, women like the Seventh Answer, who we have life experience. We are walking encyclopedias and talking history books. As we all came into the world in the most critical phase of this country, all right, they avoid people like us who could take them to task. And as I said, while Mr. Kirk was alive, I was bombarding his podcast with points, counterpoints, challenging him to a debate, and I got blocked. His block party is serious. Candace Owens, her block party is off the charts. Officer Tatum, his block party is off the chart too. Anyone that could take him to task. Now, I'm not as fierce and ferocious in the debate league as, let's say, JJ 7000, Mandika Mali. I'm not as skilled in that as he is. But in certain arenas, in certain topics like this here, we bring heat. We bring heat. All right? And that's why we do the show here week after week, because we see that it's our mission to destroy all enemies of the Most High Yahweh, his name being Yahweh, and Christ, Yahweh Shah. I know some of you out there, you may be Old Testament only, but that's your business, that's your right. I won't try to do anything to change your mind. And it's our responsibility to follow the whole structure of Isaiah 41:21, producing our cause. 1 Thessalonians 5:21, shutting down and destroying, because it's first, I'm misquoting it, sorry. 1 Thessalonians 5:21, let me slow down, and being ready to prove all things. And we also follow one of our direct outlooks on life by the late great Malcolm X. Don't let your enemy ever tell you about you. Don't let your enemy bring forth their statistics and their findings on you. All right? And that's what we do here. As Yeshaya said, Lord knows we have our issues, but we're going to shut down and destroy this whole myth about, black folk commit 13 to 14% of the United States population, but we commit the majority of all the crime in America.
Yep.
All right.
Tell them about the white boy. Can I say this quick?
Or because according to Charlie Kirk and his peoples, there are more white people in America, but the little bit of black folks, you the ones who commit all the crime. That's a bold-faced lie. And if you're watching last broadcast, we showed how all all that was a lie. But now, Yeshaya, what did you say? Let me on mic. Let me mute up.
Yeah, you didn't talk about the white guy in Minnesota who was selling meth, drugs, shot 5 cops.
Okay, here what I want you to do.
The white boy
Here what I
shot
want
up
you to
in
do.
yeah.
All right, okay. I know the story, but I didn't get the details on it. How about we get his name, because I should have brought that story in too. You're right. So how
Yeah.
about you get the details of that story, and we'll add it to our resume and itinerary as we discuss point by point. But
Yeah,
now
okay.
what I want to do now is go to. We're gonna keep you on Flint, Michigan. Now, brothers and sisters, this is what we're about. What we're trying to show you is that here it is. I'm gonna keep hammering this home in your heads. Here we had Donald Trump, your president, Donald J. Trump, and we're making mockery of MAGA, the whole Make America Great Again, because America has never been great since its inception. And hence we're saying, first, last week we had Massa, Make America Satanic Again, as we saw the Charlie Kirk eulogy and funeral procession, and which was nothing but a glorified Ku Klux Klan rally. This week we're talking about MAVA, MAVA, Make America Violent Again, and we're using the book of Revelation, the 18th chapter, starting at verse 21, where it says that a great angel will take up a millstone and toss it into the midst of the people, and thus with violence shall this great city known as Babylon, or Mystery Babylon, which we now know to be America, thus with violence shall Babylon be destroyed. So now, see what we're witnessing the firsthand. And for all our non-Bible believers, as you join us week after week, month after month, year after year, we're going to make you believers before it's all said and done. But moving on, what we're showing you is beyond all shadow of a doubt that how America was brought forth is now how America is going out in violence, in bloodshed, and all kinds of this duplicitous, wicked, double dealing, and evil machination. See, what we have to understand, brothers and sisters, is that we are now entering the Civil War. We told you, if you listen to us for a long time and other voices out there, that a civil war and a race war were imminent. Well, the race war issue has always been in effect, but now it's about to go quadruple because there's going to be some fighting back. All right? But of course, we are now who you should be worried about, white America, and those who are listening to this broadcast. It's not us, it's our God. As we are the true Jews, the Bible speaks of the children of Israel. And let me just say this here before I go any further, because I want to put this out there where the Most High want me to put it out there for anyone listening. And we know COINTELPRO, we know you're listening. FBI, we know you're listening. CIA, and all other intelligence agencies throughout the earth. We know you're listening to our broadcast. So this is how we're going to do this here. JT Raw, Yeshaya, the seventh answer, Lady Karima, and myself, Brother Malachi. In the name of the one true God, his name being Yahweh, and his great son, Yahweh Shai. He wants you all to know it's time that you let us go, that we may serve him. And if you don't want to let us go, that's fine. You want to harden your hearts, go on ahead. That's fine. Because he gonna break his raw foot so far off in your behind. Like I said, you're gonna be vomiting sandal, combat boots, or whatever they wear out there in the spiritual dimension if you believe that particular aspect of the Bible. Don't worry. He's making his presence known all throughout the earth. And the bottom line is, we here to just give it to you blow by blow. Why? all these things are happening. So again, Flint, Michigan, Thomas Jacob Sanford went blitzkrieg, went nuts, went white on white violence, and started kicking and shooting a whole lot of people who were praying to this God who loved everybody. Okay? And they got put to sleep and they got stepped to. So why are we looking at the destabilization of white men? And you've been hearing us say in previous broadcasts that you're going to see more and more outbreak of young white men losing their minds. Because why? You, their elders, you, their fathers, you have led them down a path where they, along with young white women and children, are going to have to pay a heavy, heavy price for the evils you have done in this earth. Not only to us, but to the earth itself and everything in creation. You all have a lot to pay for. And here it is, if the Lord sat by and allowed we, his chosen branch, to be raked over the coals, what you think he gonna do to you all? You think you're just gonna escape? No, you're not gonna escape. So we're not gonna make it pretty. And all other nations who have bought into MAVA, making America violent again, if you bought into and want to make yourself an allegiance to this society and this empire, then you too will be dealt with. Okay? It is just that simple. Because as the good Lord did say, he did say in the book of Habakkuk 2:12, he did say, woe to him that buildeth a town with blood and establishes a city by iniquity. Now, America and the world over, wherever you colonizers went, you've had nothing but a stone cold, bloody history. See, this is why you want to get rid of history. You want to change history. You want to try to destroy black history in this country. Nah, man, no. That's not going to happen. That's not going to happen. All right? You want to go around here with your campaigns, oh, forgive us, Black America. No. That's not going to happen. Because see, you can't just come asking for forgiveness, white America, and those who are listening, and anybody else who bought into it, America, in the system. You have to come with tangibles, reparations, giving back what you've stolen. But you're not going to do that, though. So we understand how that goes. But what you're dealing with now, you're not dealing with our grandparents' generation. You're not dealing with our parents, that is the great generation, the baby boomer generation. You're not dealing with them. We are Gen X, millennials, and on. We're not having it. So we are not going to ignore all these acts of brutality and evil, and we make a mockery of MAGA. All right, because here it is now, make America satanic again, now make America violent again. And now America is being seen the world over. Her skirt, her dress, whatever, is now being pulled up, and all her filth is being shown the world over. And wherever else white supremacy is being practiced. So you have Flint, Michigan, Thomas Jacob Sanford. And you know what? Flint, Michigan, that's what you get. That is just what you get. No, I'm not going to, oh, that's so mean. That is so hateful. Okay, you want to say it's mean? You want to say it's hateful? I don't care. Knock yourself out. I'm going to say it again for you. See, Flint, Michigan, that's only the beginning of your judgment. That's right. Because see, let's not forget, in the same Flint, Michigan, all the poison water and poison land where black folks have been living for how many years now? That whole outbreak of poisoned water and polluted land. People getting sick and dying from cancers and all kinds of other illnesses. Yeah. Oh, you forgot that part. I haven't. Seventh Answer hasn't forgotten it, nor has JT Raw. So when I say, yeah, that's just one of your many judgments to come, Flint, Michigan. And boy, like I said, I wish Charlie Kirk was alive, because see, I would love to have been able to debate him. But then again, he ain't want none. He ain't want none. He always, up until the day he got destroyed. Where was he at? A campus, young people, those he can manipulate and lie to and get away with it. Because he avoided anyone who was his intellectual better, and that was just so many people. But yeah, now you're seeing now an outbreak of young white men losing their minds. But are they losing their minds? Are they? What if, as the lioness, Seventh Answer, Lady Karima, has brought out different pieces of information and videos concerning MK Ultra, mind control. There could be some other machinations going on behind the scenes. We could be looking at an elaborate fundraiser by this government or certain factions of this government by creating a problem and then coming with a solution. We could be dealing with that. But now here we have again in South Korea. Go ahead, South Africa. Go ahead, make your point.
I said that is correct. Remember, I'm about to bring out a few videos of their operations and how it's connected, including the media, how they trying to suppress different media outlets, and they trying to they fired a lot of them, because they spoke on this Kirk like we doing right now, and some of them are just regurgitating his words and getting fired. So it's all MK Ultra, it's all Operation Mockingbird, tried to suppress, like they say that's their job to bring out the information. So I'm gonna bring out I'm gonna kind of like ad lib it with the video that you got, okay?
Okay, bet. So now, here what I want to do, right? Before you run your videos, right? Now, last week last broadcast, right? When you was going into the whole MK Ultra, the whole control thing, and how we could be looking at Manchurian candidates and all that good stuff. There's a video I want you to run, if it's possible. If it's possible, it can be reused. It's the very first video I sent you. It'll be prefaced, "The Long Kiss Goodnight." It's a clip from the movie.
I know, that's
Okay.
what I said. I'm gonna ad lib a video from that video. So once I play this, I'm gonna play the other videos added from that.
All right, so you want to play your video first?
No, I'm gonna play yours first, and
Oh, okay.
mine.
Okay. All right then. So, brothers and sisters, brace yourself, cause we're gonna take you down not the rabbit hole. we're gonna take you down the devil's hole, the devil's pit. Okay, deep, 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 deep. I hope you can handle it. And with that being said, this is a clip from the 1996 classic with Gina Davis and Samuel Jackson, "The Long Kiss Goodnight." Go ahead, drop it, Karima.
Pick him up.
I'm gonna miss you, Major. You aren't ready to stay dead. You don't know the rules of the game anymore.
Tell me about it. 8 years ago, this guy was on the hit list.
Budget cuts, dear. Congress blinded us overseas. I was forced to turn to any eyes and ears I could find, even if that meant recruiting the quote-unquote bad guys here.
Budget cuts. Is that what this is about? Operation Honeymoon. Fuck me. You're running a fundraiser.
Fundraiser?
1993. World Trade Center bombing, remember? During the trial, one of the bombers claimed the CIA had advanced knowledge. The diplomat who issued the terrorist visa was CIA. It's not unthinkable they paved the way for the bombing purely to justify a budget increase.
You're telling me that you're gonna fake some terrorist thing just to get some money out of Congress?
Well, unfortunately, Mr. Hennessy, I have no idea how to fake killing 4,000 people. So we're just gonna have to do it for real. Oh, blame it on the Muslims, naturally. Then I get my funding. Good night, old girl. Timothy, I'll be in chopper 1.
Now, why do we go there? I'm going to tell you why we went there. See, they say that art imitates life, okay? And we've learned throughout the years that sometimes movies can be telling you the truth right in your face, but it's up to you to be able to decipher what they're saying. Now, this actor who played the enemy agent, Mr. Perkins, was telling Gina Davis's character, Charlie Baltimore, one of her hitters, that at one point, the enemies of the state became their mercenaries because why? Congress refused to give him the billions of dollars he wanted to go and do other things in this country or in the world over through investments. Because see, it's all about money, okay, in this society. As a matter of fact, one of America's top generals, Smedley Butler, said, war, like everything else in this country, is a racket. So war and terrorism are a racket. Now, he pointed out, and this has always been talked about, that the CIA had advanced knowledge, according to one of the terrorists from the 1993 World Trade bombing, had advanced knowledge that, hey, look, the CIA knew what was going to go down. And here it is, art imitating life. The 1993 bombing failed, but in 2001, about 5 years up from when The Long Kiss Goodnight was released, the World Trade bombing went through successfully. And we've been told that 5 planes took off from their respective airports with their transponders off. 2 to 3 planes successfully were able to hit the World Trade Center, hit Tower 1, Tower 2, and then 1 hit the Pentagon, okay? And somehow Langley Air Force Base, which guards the northeast quadrant of these United States, was not notified or didn't know they had 3 bogies or 5 bogies with their transponders off, able to successfully destroy the World Trade Center. Okay? This is what this government wants you to believe. But did you also hear in that same clip, and ironically, just a few episodes ago, Karima was showing you a hearing where you had your Attorney General, Pam Bondi, along with some other interested peoples who wanted to obtain several billions for security and for the sake of the American people. But then you had naysayers challenging them to prove their claims about why they need that money. And not long after, all these outbreaks of violence have been transpiring. See, we understand how this government works. They play both sides of the fence. In other words, where they have us playing checkers, they play chess. So what we're able to do is be able to see, we're able to see, yeah, everything is spiritual. And the Most High did say, this devil's going to reveal who he is and how he operates. So, and it would take sharp eyes and spiritual insight, hindsight, and foresight to be able to see the duplicitous, double dealing, double wording, and all that goes on. And this is what we're doing. So now with that video being shown, Seventh Answer, are you ready to show the video behind that you want to show behind that? If so, take it away. Or if you're queuing it up, I'll continue. Me and Yeshua will continue talking. But what we're showing you beyond all shadow of doubt is that whatever's coming down the pike, we're now seeing an uproar among poor whites who now realize that the rich of their people don't care about them worth a damn. And now you're seeing what we're looking at as a civil war with the race war coming behind it. Biblical prophecy right on schedule. And here we can discuss the Bible without giving you a sermon. So this issue, but at the same time, what the Lord is also doing, because see, the Lord, good Lord, he's always on point with the whole issue of being at the seed, God is not mocked. Whatever a man reap is what he sows. Right? Take note that all this outbreak of violence also has been transpiring ever since Donald J. Trump started dumping troops, the National Guard, into black neighborhoods to crack down on crime. But yet, Leyland, North Carolina, Flint, Michigan, the Southport Yacht Basin in North Carolina, and other locations, Colorado, Ohio, yeah, that's right. All this in Utah,
Pennsylvania, Minnesota, two incidents in Minnesota.
Hold on, let me mute. I'm gonna mute up, and I want you to come in and say what you just said.
Yeah, the one in August with the trans dude, a man or woman, whatever the hell he is. He went up in there and shot up the church. Then this white man up in Minnesota a few days ago, he was a meth dealer, drugs, shot 5 Minnesota cops. They ain't talking about that. You know what I mean? See, this is my message to America. America, let's see. The judgment that the Most High done to Egypt is nothing, man. That's like going to Chuck E. Cheese. That judgment that he placed upon Egypt. Y'all gonna get 10 times worse. The judgment of the Father is coming to America. There was a movie that Tom Cruise made about 23 years ago. I think it came out about 2003. 2003, I think. 22 years ago. It's called The Last Samurai. Well, the new movie, you white people, you CPs, are starring in is called The Last Kingdom. This the last kingdom. This the last time you ever gonna have any authority on the planet. See, this is why your kingdom is failing you now. Your leaders are failing you. Your leaders don't have no answers. The wisdom in America or teaming, there was a scripture say, there is no wisdom in teaming. There's no wisdom in the white world. Point blank, period. Because the Most High didn't give y'all the wisdom to know how to fix problems. Every problem in America is caused by you. And you can't fix none of them. Why is it so hard for you to believe in your hearts that you're going to be judged for the evil crimes you committed on the planet? Me, our people, we didn't escape anything from this man. He didn't let us escape nothing. And we his people. What you think he going to do to you? Don't you know every goddamn Christian on this earth that's so-called white, your ass is in trouble? Because Christianity is the biggest fraud of all religions on the planet. and Judaism too, another one. But I'm gonna say Christianity. Christianity is where white Jesus comes from. That's the image that white Jesus comes from. Christianity. And every cracker in America, white man or woman, I shouldn't use cracker, but I'm gonna say every white man in America and white woman, if you believe in that image, you're in trouble because that image is a lie. Might as well come clean while you can before the destruction comes. We're not speaking out of our own personal feelings here. What we see the handwriting on the wall. He reveals things to certain people about what's coming. I've been telling Malachi a lot of these things, and he could verify. I ain't making it up. I told him. I told it because I felt it in my spirit. America doomed. You white people in this country, you are doomed. And the world, you're doomed. No white Jesus ain't coming back here, man. The real man of the scriptures, the real man historically, he's coming back to set the record straight. And set the record straight is take every nation on earth out. And all the leaders of this world out. Set his kingdom up. That's what's coming. I mean, you white people in this country really believe in your heart you're going to receive salvation from the Most High? You out your mind. Your constellation already been given to you. This is this kingdom. This is your constellation. There ain't nothing else after this. What comes after this? Basically bondage, captivity for you, labor, harsh labor, free labor, judgment. That's what's coming for you. See, I'm not here to preach religion. I'm not here to preach falsehood, lies to people on the earth. I ain't afraid to preach that. I tell the truth whether they believe it or not. And I'm here to tell y'all, so-called CPs in this country and the globe, you ain't ruling after this. You got no kingdom coming to you. This is your kingdom. Enjoy it while it lasts. Because after this kingdom ends, it's gonna nothing but be hard days on you, man. The Most High gonna make you receive double according to your works. And he's a man of his word. You think what you put on us was extreme? Nah. That's light work compared to what y'all gonna receive. I mean, you think you can go around the whole planet Earth, steal everything from everybody, destroy every nation on earth, lie to every nation on earth, and think that your Christianity gonna save you? Christianity is a lie. Hope Hogan, before he passed away, he believed the lie. He believed the lie of Christianity because he said out of his own mouth, yeah, I became a Christian. Now I can be saved. Now I can inherit everlasting life. That's a damn lie. That's a lie. Charlie Kirk, another so-called Christian, he believed the lie. Why you so-called white people in this country and the world believe in white Jesus is because your lying ass forefathers and mamas gave you that lying ass image. And that's why you think you are superior, which you ain't superior. You never was. See, your superiority is lying to the world. And the world falling into the trap and believing in the trap. That's what it is. The Almighty Creator is righteous in judgment. You do wrong, he punish you. My people did wrong, we got punished. What you think he gonna do to you? You people have lied in his name. You put up a false image of the Messiah. You put up a false image of the Creator. You put up a false image of the angelic beings. You put up a false image of the people. What do you think you're going to receive for that? I mean, seriously. Y'all know Hollywood is shutting down. Hollywood is closing shop. A lot of these big studios, they leaving Hollywood. Babylon is no more, man. This is the last days of this kingdom. There's so-called Caucasian people right now crying. I seen a video of a white woman begging Donald Trump to help her. You begging him to help you, you know your ass is finished. Donald Trump do not give a rat's ass about poor whites. He don't care about you. Never did. You look like him, but do he really give a damn about you? Hell no. He don't care about you. He only care about what he can get. People that can do something for him. Other people with power that have more power than him, more money than him. That's all he worried about. He don't care about the struggling white man in America, struggling to pay his bills, struggling to keep his family together. This man don't give a damn about you. Here's a man that admitted on video. I sent the video to Karima and Malachi. Admitted on video raping a woman, and he said the woman liked it. He said the woman thought it was sexy. And this fool,
raping the woman, and I want to play.
You want to play that video? Yeah, play it. Go ahead.
Yeah.
MKUltra never ended. It just got smarter. In the 1950s, the government used drugs and torture to hijack minds. MKUltra used to wire your brain with trauma. Now AI wires it with dopamine. Your For You page isn't random. It's precision-engineered emotional control. They don't need to control your body when they already have your mind. Today, they don't need chemicals. They have algorithms. Every scroll, every click, every pause feeds a system that knows what breaks you. It doesn't just predict your behavior, it shapes it.
All eyes on me. Forget a monitoring spirit. That Tupac lyric is for the chosen one. You know you was a wise talking to some people study what does the song say, that because they probably had to pretend to earth.
Dr. Sidney Gottlieb is the Central Intelligence Agency's chief chemist. He's also directing a project of vital importance to national security. In government labs, universities, prisons, brothels, and so-called black sites across the world, the CIA is testing the effects of various conditions on the human mind. Their goal is to find the most effective methods of mind control and its potential as a tool for espionage and warfare. But the human mind is not so easily controlled. First, it must be broken. For over a decade, the CIA used thousands of men, women, and children as involuntary test subjects in their search for mind control. Prolonged exposure to psychoactive drugs, sleep and sensory deprivation, hypnosis, and psychological punishment are just some of the experiments they tried. Much of the evidence of MKUltra was destroyed, but not all. For decades, people have been piecing the story back together. In the process, they found hundreds of disturbing experiments, the cover-up of a CIA agent's murder, and the origins of an LSD-fueled counterculture revolution. But still, questions remain. Who was behind MKUltra? Why was the CIA interested in mind control? And perhaps, most importantly, what did they find?
This is the Rockefeller Report, released tonight, 299 pages. It says many things, that the CIA did engage in unlawful activities, that it did go beyond its mandate, that it did succumb to political pressures from the White House. It confirms there was domestic spying on American civilians, unlawful wiretaps, the opening of private mail, even a drug testing program involving the use of LSD against unsuspecting persons.
In 1942, the United States created the Office of Strategic Services. It was the country's first foreign intelligence agency, responsible for conducting
Stop for a
espionage
second.
missions.
Seventh answer, stop for a second. Now, brothers and sisters, I hope you're paying attention to this video that we are now showing you. What the seventh answer went and dug deep, deep down in the satanic hole is things that were going on before you and I were born. You had the FBI, the CIA under which under J. Edgar Hoover. All right, they were already into the whole spectrum of mind control. They were light years ahead of their time in the 1940s. The whole issue of mind control, what kind of mind altering drugs, how much chemicals could be used to stimulate your whole hormonal feel good system or your war system. As I recall, you had the legendary guitarist and musician Jimi Hendrix, who said he would, during his concerts, deliberately watch as he hit certain chords and riffs on his guitar. He knew these chords and riffs as it hit the people, that it would stimulate or overstimulate their pituitary glands and release all the endorphins and dopamine and all the other feel-good hormones that would drive them into a frenzy. He said he did it deliberately because he understood from the old adage that music calms the savage beast. Let's not forget, from a biblical standpoint, when Saul was afflicted by the Lord with demonic entities for being disobedient to him, you would have David come in and play the harp. He would hit certain chords, certain riffs that would put Saul in an easy mood. But now we're seeing that before we were born, they were already in their demonic state of controlling everything and everybody. Programming, television or tell-a-lie vision, media, the most evil devil in America. Then through food, see, they understood. See, these people are hell-bent, literally hell-bent, through diabolical machinations and evils to try to control this world, as they've gotten so entitled to believe it's theirs. As I said, and so what seventh answer is showing you, that all these outbreaks that we're seeing now, of young white men, mind you, going blitzkrieg, it's a spiritual thing, but it's also a control thing too, because don't forget, she showed you, again, if some of y'all were here, and we may re-show it tonight, the video where you had the government, certain representatives of the government begging for money in the billions for safety and security, and they got shut down. So, hey, let's create a problem, and then we go back to the administration and beg for money. We have records. We have all these events transpiring, even if it means sacrificing their own. Just a thought. Just a thought. Run the tape, seventh answer.
In World War II. But in 1945, after defeating the Axis powers, President Harry Truman dissolved it. He reasoned that the US didn't need a foreign intelligence service, especially during peacetime. But the war had never ended. Only the enemy had changed.
And see, ladies and brothers and sisters, this is why I'm always keep harping time and time again. Do you see how blessed you ought to have? Myself, Yeshayda, the seventh answer on our job.
Unfortunately, some members of the media.
Some members of the media.
Some forms.
Unfortunately, some members.
I'm gonna run a few of them real quick. Okay. It's gonna add
Go ahead
up.
and rapid fire. Go ahead. Do what you do.
Of the media.
Some members of the media.
Some members of the media. Some members of the media use their platforms
to push their own personal bias.
To push their own personal bias and agenda to control exactly what people think. This is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
No discussion about mainstream media manipulation or fake news would be complete without a full understanding of Operation Mockingbird, which was discovered during a 1975 congressional hearing that found the CIA was spending $1 billion a year in 2021 dollars adjusted for inflation in under-the-table bribes to American news outlets, editors, and reporters in exchange for their covert cooperation to act as government mouthpieces to spread propaganda and act as gatekeepers to make sure that certain information doesn't get any coverage. The congressional committee, called the Church Committee, named after Senator Frank Church of Idaho, revealed that, quote, the CIA currently maintains a network of several hundred individuals around the world who provide intelligence for the CIA and at times attempt to influence opinion through the use of covert propaganda. These individuals provide the CIA with direct access to a large number of newspapers and periodicals, scores of press services and news agencies, radio and television stations, commercial book publishers, and other foreign media outlets. After the Church Committee's report was completed, Rolling Stone magazine published an article written by Carl Bernstein, hot off his Watergate fame, naming some of the prominent journalists involved with Operation Mockingbird, who worked for the New York Times, the Washington Post, Newsweek, Time Magazine, the New York Herald Tribune, Miami News, and a whole bunch of other outlets. Shortly after these revelations, the former president of CBS, Sid Mickelson, was asked if the CIA still worked with reporters, and here's his answer.
Would you say that continues today?
Well, I would think probably for a reporter it would continue today, but because of all of the revelations of the period of the 1970s, it seems to me that a reporter's got to be much more circumspect in doing it now, or he runs the risk of at least being looked at with considerable disfavor by the public. I think you've got to be much more careful about it.
Once uncovered by the Church Committee, the CIA tried to paint Operation Mockingbird as something that only functioned to influence foreign press. But Carl Bernstein, before he sold his soul to CNN, admitted that, quote, the CIA's use of the American news media has been much more extensive than agency officials have acknowledged publicly or in closed sessions with members of Congress. He goes on to say that the use of journalists has been among...
Can I come in real quick, something? Now, ladies and gentlemen, I want you to remember this here. Who was the head of the Central Intelligence Agency's operations in that time frame? None other than former President George Herbert Walker Bush Sr. That's right. He and J. Edgar Hoover worked hand in hand. Like I said, there are times where they tell the truth, but for the most part, they were hell-bent on lies. Did you hear what he said about the fact that you had CBS president and other media outlets being stepped to by the CIA to be their mouthpiece? Now, this goes back and confirms what Malcolm X in particular said about the American media. Who runs it? Who controls it? Who governs it? Who orchestrates what you hear and what you don't hear? What you see and what you don't see? Who manipulates and be able to change narratives and stories at the drop of a dime and it be a bold-faced lie? As Malcolm X said, they got it where you would have a well-dressed lie being chased by the naked truth. So you see, seventh answer, she's on her job. You see why she good at what she do? You see why I give her so much reverence? Yeshaya and I, we could talk about a thing, but she goes deep, deep, deep. And this is what we do. So with that being said, run it, Karima.
Among the most productive means of intelligence gathering employed by the CIA. The CIA director at the time, William Colby, admitted during the church hearings that people in management were involved, not just reporters, and that they helped the CIA with the program. And while Colby wouldn't name names, Carl Bernstein pointed to William Paley, who was president of CBS, Henry Luce, the founder of Time magazine, and Arthur Hayes Slutzberger, the publisher of the New York Times, who actually admitted the CIA had him sign a non-disclosure agreement. At least 10 employees at the New York Times were working as CIA assets or were actual CIA agents who the paper was providing cover for, often in their foreign bureau. The CIA even had a training program in the 1950s which taught agents how to pretend to be journalists and using TV networks as journalistic cover. During the church hearings, then CIA Director William Colby tried to claim that they weren't doing any of this anymore and downplayed the program, saying it didn't work as well as they had hoped, but he was just whitewashing its effectiveness. And many have said that the church hearing itself was part of the cover-up. For example, they didn't even question any of the journalists or executives who were working for the CIA. Why wouldn't they want to get major media executives and reporters on the witness stand to testify under oath about what they were doing? They should have been a key part of the investigation,
Stop for a second,
it wasn't. Why?
Stop. Did you hear what he just said? Did you hear how these journalists, all these reporters, they escaped being questioned and scrutinized, which is a fancy word for examined? Listen, what they did was a direct violation of the entire etiquette of free press, information, and being able to do what? Be truthful. If you had someone step into you, an agency that's supposed to be dedicated to what? Securing America's interest in righteousness, supposedly. An institution stepping to the very media that we depend upon to give us what? Freedom of speech, freedom of information, proper journalism, okay? Correct journalism. They were being stepped to and being propositioned and offered money to have their opinion swayed or to say what this particular government agency wanted them to say. That is absolute treason on both ends. But you see how they can make things happen here? You see how NASA making America satanic again? And any voices of opposition that was pushing and revealing these things in that same time frame got cut down by lead sleeping pills or some other ways and means of assassination. Just want to put that in your ear. Go ahead, Kareem. Kareem.
They didn't want to dig that deep. They didn't want the extent of the program and who was involved to be known. The committee was compromised and limited their investigation to prevent the magnitude of what was happening from actually being made public.
Unfortunately, some.
Now, before you go any further, did you hear what he just said? They didn't want the magnitude of what they were doing to be made public.
Over at MSNBC
Okay. Let me just. I'll finish up, Kareem. But here's why they didn't want it to come out. Do you know what kind of civil war and eruption that would have transpired? It was already rebellion going on in the first place. But boy, if this would have came out on the really, really strong revelation, it would have been, the country would have been turned upside down way back when. But unfortunately, our grandparents and parents went back to sleep. They got lulled back to sleep. Go ahead, Kareem.
the shooting, and let's talk about it.
It's been one of the most divisive especially divisive younger figures in this, who is constantly sort of pushing.
Listen to what Matthew Dowd said over at MSNBC about the shooting, and let's talk about it.
He's been one of the most divisive, especially divisive younger figures in this, who is constantly sort of pushing this sort of hate speech or sort of aimed at certain groups. And I always go back to hateful thoughts lead to hateful words, which then lead to hateful actions. And I think that's the environment we're in, that people just, you can't stop with these sort of awful thoughts you have and then saying these awful words and not expect awful actions to take place. And that's the unfortunate environment we're in.
Matthew Dowd, who joined MSNBC in 2022, appeared in a live broadcast Wednesday afternoon right after the fatal shooting of Charlie Kirk in Utah. When asked about the tragic event, Dowd stated, "We don't know any of the full details as of yet. We don't know if it was a supporter shooting their gun off in celebration." He was then asked what the shooting says about the environment we're in currently. Dowd suggested that we're in a time where hateful rhetoric and actions can potentially spur obscene responses. He also described Charlie Kirk as divisive. Now, in a response, MSNBC President Rebecca Cutlass put out a statement on social media apologizing for Dowd's words. "During our breaking news coverage of the shooting of Charlie Kirk, Matthew Dowd made comments that were inappropriate, insensitive, and unacceptable. We apologize for his statements as he. There is no place for violence in America, political or otherwise." Dowd has since tried to clear the air on socials. On an earlier appearance on MSNBC, "I was asked a question on the environment we're in. I apologize for my tone and my words. Let me be clear, in no way I intended for my comments to blame Kirk for his horrendous attack. Let us come together and condemn." So here's the thing. Matthew Dowd, in my personal opinion, did not say anything wrong. Can some people can some people perceive his sentiments to be insensitive? Absolutely. Particularly the people who are probably mourning Charlie Kirk. Sure. But
a new grad nurse here in Atlanta was actually fired from CHOA, which is our children's hospital here in Atlanta. She was fired.
Exact reason why I posted what I posted is because not even minutes after we found out that Charlie Kirk was shot, we found out that 3 more children were shot at school. So yeah, I care about the innocent children who go to school to learn, to get an education, who are children, minors, who are senselessly gunned down at school for doing nothing, for wanting to go and learn. I lose my sympathy a little bit when someone uses his entire life and his entire platform to spread racism, hate, bigotry, misogyny, anti-trans, anti-gay rhetoric. I mean,
hey, TikTok. It's been a
Stop
while.
it for a second, Kareem. Stop for a second.
You may know or heard.
Now, granted, here's my take on Charlie Kirk. Yeah, everything he laid out was indeed hatred, bigotry, and all that. But I'm going to sit up here and say, I wish he wouldn't have gotten killed. You know why? Because I want to deal with him. I want to deal with him so bad. And I'm going to let you know that, yeah, yours truly was always giving this dude smoke right along with the Officer Tatum and all the other grifters out here. I'm sorry he was taken out by an assassin's bullet because I want to eviscerate him and take him out with words. I wanted to be able to make him eat his rhetoric and garbage. And what is rhetoric? The universal definition of rhetoric is when you use words persuasively, although what you're saying is not the truth. That's how I want to deal with him. But apparently, as Mr. Michael Dowd said, there are a lot of people out here. When you say mean and hateful things, you put yourself in the line of fire to be hurt. As a matter of fact, there's no Bible Proverbs. The book of Proverbs 13:3. The good Lord himself says, he that keepeth his mouth, or that he that keepeth his mouth, keepeth his life. Even the good Lord let it be known that, hey, yo, before you go opening your pie hole and you start spouting off at the mouth, you better practice the number 1 rule, law, or principle that governs the freedom of speech. And that is, you better think before you speak. Give careful consideration to what you say before you say it. And with that being said, let's move on, Karima. Run the video.
Okay, so I'm playing these. I'm trying to let you see that I'm playing these. I'm not really focused on Captain Kirk. I mean, Charlie Kirk. I'm not really focused on him because that's what the government, CIA, they want you to do. You feel me? All this, you feel me? white man and all that. You feel me? I'm not focused on that right now. I'm really focused on the fact that they created him, right? They created him and they don't want people to talk about him. So I'm showing you how they suppress information. So if people wake up and start talking about him and people start debating and going back, and then they start sharing information, they start going back and realize that he's not the problem. The problem is really somebody behind him. And that's what they don't want you to do, which I'm trying to keep doing, which is focus on the people that's controlling this narrative, the media, these murders and all this stuff. You feel me? These little parties, these, killers and these events are done through the government. They do this. They actually doing all their little experiments. That's why I'm showing you all these operations that goes with the same operation, which is MK Ultra. It's the same operations, but different tactics that they use. I'm gonna go down to the frequency and show you that it's in the certain videos that we watch and certain music that we hear that they have a weapon in there, which is a frequency that will, destroy your mind or whatever that they attack you on. But I'm trying to show you that we need to stop focus on these little people, which is, which we need to always keep our eyes open for these racist people. But that's the distraction, to go against each other. That's at a lower level. We got demons. We got people that's in control, that's running it, that's, using devices, using other things. And we just focus on, God coming after and destroying certain people, when no, there's white man and black man. There's a whole nation behind this bullshit. You feel me? So when we focus on these individuals, which they want us to do on the distraction, which is they don't want us to focus on, the person himself, because once they realize that we focus on him, we'll start digging and debating each other and realize, okay, who was pulling his strings? They don't want that. Any other time somebody get murdered, it's on, and then it's take years for it to be solved. But right now, people are woke to, a lot of conspiracy, and, they are top. Oh, the government behind this, and, they ain't dumb. People ain't dumb. There's people that stay every day tripping over certain things, which is, all this is together, racism, but that shit is dead. We got people that's really in control on some demonic ass shit. You feel me? And we worried about the little players, the little, the pawns that they put in the road for us to be distracted with. And I'm not trying to focus on that. We didn't did too many lies on that part. You feel what I'm saying? But we trying to put all the pieces together, the big parties, because I showed you how they're controlling everything we talking about. Every little piece. From, the devices, from the entertainment to, you feel me, us even creating this narrative about the white man against the black man. They created that. They literally created that. It's documents that I showed you that they created that. Even they created the hate against, religious. They created the atheists. You feel what I'm saying? So they created different programs, which is operations to go against certain other programs, but to keep us, certain individuals, we so focused on certain things that we don't be focused on a little projects that they be doing. And all this is, one big program that's, all these programs are connected to the one big program. You know what I mean? Just like right now, all these killings, you focus on the individual, you'll be tripping, because that's what they don't want you. Soon as you start focus on, okay, the sniper, the dude that the assassin, soon as people start focus on things and start being detective, because now we got a lot of people being detective. Right now, the social media is really solving crimes more than the police is, because we know the police are behind it. You know what I mean? So we have more detective, not non-paid detective through the community. So the more the community is involved, which right now the community is real involved and focused on, you know, this murder and all this type of stuff. They thought it was going to be open and shut, and we're going to blame a certain individual and roll with it. But no, people like, oh no, this is just too weird. We had this other incident that was just too weird. This, you know what I mean? That's all this stuff is just connected to y'all. You know what I mean? So at the end of the day, if we have certain people that just stay focused on the minor league things, but it's really them behind this. They really have what they call trained assassins, trained, you know. That's why I'm trying to show you that they stage events, even though it's casualty. People are really dying behind their bull crap, behind their little experience. They don't care about none of that. You feel me? They're getting paid through Congress to commit all these little experiments down to, you know, slicing whales and, you know, animals and things of that nature, which I'm trying to show you that these people are sick, and we ain't nothing,
Yes.
you know, a big experiment. That's why other foreign countries be like, yeah, y'all be experimenting on, because they know what has been going on. They be knowing these details of what's going on, because half of the time that they done already did it in some kind of way, and that, you know, United States be trying to put their hands in it and try to do us the same way. But we have been tested, experimenting for years. All these diseases, all these these are weapons that y'all don't even know. We label them as, you know, virus, but these are weapons that they're creating against us. Okay,
So seventh answer, what you're getting at, which I was, you know, although I'm giving my comment and I was going big picture, what you're laying out is this here from a Bible, like the Bible says, we battle not against flesh and blood, but spiritual wickedness in high places.
exactly. And I'm trying to show you this, and they showing this. They literally just showing everything that they doing, and we just, you know what I mean. They have people that get paid to, you know what I mean, talk against it, go against it, fight against it. So it's like, you know what I mean. And you got people that don't get paid that do it naturally, because, you know, it's programmed for you to do it. Like for us to just talk about the white man, you know what I mean, or the black and white man to talk about us. It's programmed for us to do that. It's a form of distraction, because at the end of the day, you feel me, we don't know the color of the person that's controlling it. It could be a goddamn green man, you feel me, far as I'm concerned. But the whole thing of the matter is, you feel me, we stuck at the bottom of research, you feel me, and knowing things, because we so busy trying to go against each other on, you know, low levels, when they put it in front of us. You know, they put it in the movies, they put it in, you know, they put it in everything, like, you know, and we just stay blind to it. But it's reality is, you know, we ain't nothing but on a Truman Show, which they sitting there looking at the shit and doing all kinds of experiments so easy and getting funding for this.
Now, you know what, seventh answer, as you were talking, you know what came to my mind, as besides we're battling bigger and satanic issues, but I couldn't help but think, as you said, the programming, they're up here putting things out there before we even know it's there. I think about the James Bond movie with Pierce Brosnan titled Tomorrow Never Dies, where the villain, he was the head of a media conglomerate, and he was creating stories and creating issues and with other government agencies to program and be in full control of what you see here, which also takes me back to the opening to the anthology series titled The Outer Limits, where it says in the opening, do not attempt to control your television. For the next 60 minutes, we will control your vertical, your horizontal, what you see and what you hear, and welcome to the Outer Limits. So yeah, you definitely showing all that, because you got me thinking now all big picture versus little increment details. Go to work, seventh answer.
Right. So I'm showing you how they suppressing these news people, these people that's speaking against them or even regurgitating their words. She actually, you know what I mean, you had a position in there. They fired her. There's a lot of news network, employees are getting fired because they speaking out against him. And like I said, they don't want people to wake up, because eventually if you keep arguing with somebody that know more facts than you do, and you might change a person's mind, you know what I mean? You might change a racist's mind, like, hold on, you feel me? He's not the problem. There's peep game, because they always doing this. They always using somebody as a political, candidate to speak, so they can throw all that rhetoric, and then they talk about it and act like you said, be the heroes of solving the problem. They assassinated him, you know what I mean? They used him as a weapon, then they create another weapon to assassinate him. You feel what I'm saying? And now they want to assassinate the whole subject matter because it's getting out of control, and they don't want to lead it back to them so easily and quick. Conspiracies are being solved too quick. It ain't gonna be like 10 years, 20 years from now before they start realizing that that they behind.
You're absolutely right. You're cooking with gas there, seventh answer. Lead on.
Yeah, so what I'm trying to show you right now, I'm gonna run through this because I want to really show the whole video, but I want to show you what they just said, that they suppress different people and try to control the media. This is the media, you know what I mean? And then I'm gonna go back into they tactics.
My story, I'm Karen Atia. I was a columnist for the Washington Post, and a little over a week ago, I was fired after 11 years of the Post, simply for doing my job and commenting on violence, political violence, apathy, and specifically discussing America's historical pattern with white men and gun violence and politically motivated violence. I'm still processing everything, how hard this has been for me, as well as how chilling the implications are for journalism and free speech. A lot more to say, but I thank you all for the support. I've seen a lot of your videos. I've seen a lot of your messages of encouragement. This is a time where we need truth-telling journalism more than ever. And in an age where it's clear that mainstream media just is not up for this moment, I hope that you all continue to support journalists, support independent journalists, and continue to support me. I am going to be on Substack. You can join me on the Golden Hour, which is my Substack.
Matthew Dowd for what he said.
Meantime, we've got new fallout. MSNBC now firing a political analyst, Matthew Dowd, over comments that he made during the network's coverage of this tragedy.
But following up what was just said, he's been one of the most divisive, especially divisive younger figures in this, who is constantly sort of pushing this sort of hate speech or sort of aimed at certain groups. And I always go back to hateful thoughts lead to hateful words, which then lead to hateful actions. And I think that's the environment we're in, that people.
MK Ultra worked on the mind. MK Naomi worked on something deadlier. Project MK Naomi was the CIA's bioweapons division, launched alongside MK Ultra. Its mission? Design viruses, bacteria, and toxins that could disable or kill without a trace. Declassified files confirm they created fast-acting paralysis agents, inhalable poisons, dart guns loaded with ricin, biowarfare that wouldn't show in an autopsy. The CIA worked with Fort Detrick to store covert assassination tools. Some were tested on animals. Others, we're told, were never used. But MK Naomi files show readiness for foreign field operations. MK Naomi officially ended in the 70s, but today's tech more advanced. And some say a silent weapon doesn't need a bullet.
Is there any more?
Officially ended in the 70s.
Okay.
Yeah, hold on. They trying to stop me from playing this one. This one was a good one too. Hold on.
So in the meantime, in the between time, now as you can see, if you're just tuning in, right? Yeah, this is the Lion's Den. As you can see, we are talking about MAVA, Make America Violent Again. We're also going knee deep. Not knee deep. We're just going deep down the satanic rabbit hole to show you why we are on our job as we go against this conglomerate and this satanic machine trying to keep us all fooled. Now, for some of you out there, you want to know why, as Creamer said, that a lot of things are being programmed and owned. I'm gonna take you back, way back, going back to May of 2001, when you had Michael Powell, the son of Colin Powell, who was the chairman and head of the FCC, the Federal Communications
MK
Commission.
Never ended. It just got smarter.
Go ahead. I'm trying to get the video. Go ahead.
Okay. Oh, they blocking you. Welcome. See? You see? Here it is. They mess with. Leave our algorithm alone, man. Freedom of speech. Leave us alone. We doing our job. Don't get mad. Okay? Get back on what I'm saying. But Michael Powell, the former head of the Federal Communications Commission, which regulates and governs what can be said or shouldn't be said in the area of civility and decency. He was at the head, okay, of his bosses, George W. Bush and Dick Cheney and his daddy. It was he who started lifting the sanctions, which allowed Verizon, Cablevision, the Times, Rupert Murdoch, and other major media entities to come, Pacifica, America, and a host of others in the early 2000s to mid 2000s to take over the corporate buying and controlling of the media as we know it fully. There were people who battled the third excuse me, the Third Circuit Courts of Appeal, who in July of 2004 had been battling for years to try to shut that move down, but they got outranked, outvoted, and outgunned and outmaneuvered via George W. Bush and Dick Cheney to step in and make that deal happen. And now this is why you see to this day, almost every media conglomerate from CBS, CNN, ABC, you name it, they all talk the same, they all report the same, excuse me, they all seem to have this program. As one of our conversationalists in the chat section, I'm going to be coming there real soon to talk to you guys. I see Salaya Benyar, and I see Tyrone and under his many names, and I see you as always. So many other regulars out there. We're going to come talk to y'all. Smash and Idol, I see you as well. We're going to come talk to you. But getting back to what I was saying, so as Karima just articulated, as we can see, it's clear that the FBI and CIA, after years and years of wrangling, were able to successfully, under especially the Bush and Cheney administration, and the deliberate destruction of the World Trade Center to usher in the Homeland Security Act and all of its different policies, DESA, the Defense Enhancement Security Act, which a great many people have not read. Then we had the Lone Wolf Terrorist Bill. Then you had also a number of other bills and policies, which I'm having my brain freeze over here. I'm going to come back and be able to break them down for you later on. But you get the idea. So as the seventh answer was showing us the big picture on how deep and how demonic and how satanic this thing is controlled. All right. And not only was it major media operations that were involved, but banks that were involved. Citigroup, Chase, Bank of America, okay? And a host of other banks that were involved in that venture and putting their money into that issue as well. Like I said, it's a deep, deep game. And now we're unraveling it and bringing everything to the fore because, as Karima just said, now that we're living in a strong information age, at the push of a button, you can start investigating and be able to solve a crime quicker than so-called law enforcement or those designed to do the job, unpaid. So with that being said, if you can run the video, Karima, and they're leaving us alone, go ahead.
Not the only musical genre that has been infiltrated by the CIA, and certainly not the first. Many popular musicians of the second half of the 20th century, like David Crosby, John Phillips of the Mamas and the Papas, and Frank Zappa, grew up on military bases. They also resided in Los Angeles, in a military intelligence base on Laurel Canyon, where they were allegedly involved in the CIA's MKUltra program, a mind control operation whose real focus was to produce, or at least manipulate, the 60s counterculture scene. Jim Morrison was one of the earliest to arrive. He was son of the U.S. Navy admiral in command of the warships involved in the operation known as the Gulf of Tonkin incident of 1964, which was used to justify the U.S. involvement in the Vietnam War.
There's a conspiracy out there about Laurel Canyon. Now, Laurel Canyon's out in California, and there was a Air Force watchtower out there back in the late World War II area, back in the 1960s. And back then they had a studio there. Now, this studio had a sound stage, a editing stage, a animation, editing room. It had everything. Now, this place, I guess, was used for the atomic testing footage. So all that footage was taken to this studio in Laurel Canyon and was edited there and was processed. So after they got this, they reviewed all the footage from the atomic testing. Now, what's really strange about this is, a lot of musicians came out of this place back in the 1960s. Actually, all of those hippie musicians that you hear actually came from Laurel.
The entire consciousness movement, counterculture events of the 1960s.
History will judge the role of the CIA and other intelligence agencies in unwittingly contributing to the counterculture of the 60s through their intense interest in LSD and other hallucinogenics. But for the moment at least, the argument can be made that the CIA helped usher in the age of Aquarius.
Laurel Canyon was the epitome of the summer of love. I mean, we saw the possibility of a way we could live.
It's odd because in Laurel Canyon, so many of the soon-to-be stars there, their parents were in either the military-industrial complex or intelligence or the Pentagon. In Frank Zappa's case, His dad was working at Edgewood Arsenal, where they were doing biochem studies, psychotropic, and exposing U.S. troops to VX nerve gas and other things. The family kept gas masks in their house. He grew up with that in case there was an accident. And Edgewood Arsenal was doing very similar related MK Ultra projects on U.S. troops. The Gulf of Tonkin is another prime example. The commander of the Gulf Fleet in the Gulf of Tonkin, his son was Jim Morrison. They claimed the USS Maddox was attacked by Vietnamese vessels. It was never attacked. As a matter of fact, they put ghost ships on the radar to make it look like they were Vietnamese ships. The Maddox was never attacked. It was an actual, literal false flag to enable the U.S. to declare war on Vietnam. So Jim Morrison's dad was involved in the false flag of the Gulf of Tonkin.
After talking to Kevin, I started looking into Laurel Canyon.
Wait, damn. Now this explains why Jim Morrison was so outspoken, so morbid about, and he always talked about America being the government being traitors, and how they were using his father. Damn. I'm 57 years, I just turned 57 years old and never knew that Jim Morrison's father was in this machine. That explains why he was so morbid before they killed him. Oh man. Go ahead, Karima.
I drove down Laurel Canyon to Hollywood almost daily when I first moved out there. And I never knew that there was an old Air Force base called Lookout Mountain U.S. Air Force Base at the top of Laurel Canyon. And what's funny is, if you do the history of it, it's owned today by a guy named Jared Leto.
Another tactic developed out of the MK Ultra project was the use of compromise and control via honeypots.
The decision was made to do testing on unwitting victims. It was decided they should be on the fringes of society because they were most vulnerable.
We did quite a study of prostitutes and their behavior. How do you take a woman who is willing to use her body to get money out of a guy to get him to talk about things which are much more important, like state secrets? We learned a lot about human nature in the bedroom. We started to pick up knowledge that could be used in operations.
There would be victims in all of this. As one agency memo says, we have no answer to the moral question.
That's one of the CIA's favorite tactic, are honeypots. And I work with CIA psychologists, and they're dirty.
I always felt that every house should have its own secret panel.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I see. You lift this up.
Mm-hmm. This is a trap door. Opens up and looks into the cave, or what time is called the Wu Grotto.
Boy.
They're running blackmail operations where they're getting very well-known government and private industry elite people in compromising positions at the Playboy Mansion, on Epstein's plane, on Orgy Island, and they're photographing.
Oh my God! Yo,
after that, it's like,
yo, when you went, damn, where you find all this? Because now you got everything is just coming, and I'm thinking about every celebrity, every politician who's ever got caught up in all kinds of sexual misconduct. This thing make the Darth Perry.
Damn. All of them, Eddie, all of them.
Damn. Whoa! Wow! Ooh! All right, go ahead.
Including Martin Luther King. See, they be having meetings at these places, and then they taking pictures and all that type of stuff. The government and the CIA, you know, the Hoover fool, he was meeting up with them, having them meeting at certain places to compromise them, and then later on try to blackmail them where they, you know, go to the public if they don't, you know, do their little dirty bidding or whatever. But, you know, that's the reason why so many podcasts always, yeah, he was a whoremonger, all this. No, that was actually the CIA in a dirty ass mind, because they was getting people in compromised positions, you feel me? And then some of them probably was enjoying it, you know. You seen a clip with Eddie Murphy and the rest of them was talking about it. But they go to these little places because they feel like, okay, everybody's there, you know what I mean? And they might get caught up in a cop have a little child or somebody go sit next to them. Just weird shit that have them and blackmail them. It was a call girl that actually said that they tried to get her to blackmail Martin Luther King at one of their little meetups. And she was like, he wasn't going for it. He was just focused on his little meeting and all that, you know. And she was talking about how John F. Kennedy, all of them that, you know, she done sat down and, you know, had me, you know, was, you know, involved in different things with other people, but they was having little meetings with famous and, you know, high class people. You know, it was weird. Like, it's weird.
Yeah, but hold on, Karima. You know what you got me thinking about, Seventh Answer? You got me thinking about where in one of his conversations, Malcolm X was saying that there would be women at some of his rallies that would be sitting in the audience, and they was put themselves in lieu. They be opening their legs while he's speaking,
right.
And then later, but he said later on, some of them would come to him and actually apologize and let it be known they were being used to try to lure him. Oh my God.
That's correct.
Damn, Karima. Wow. Just wow. All right, go ahead.
Congressman so-and-so or CEO so-and-so. I wouldn't bring that up if I was you, because we got photographs of you with a 14-year-old girl on Epstein's plane, for example. And you talk about shutting somebody up permanently. That's how they do it.
What happens in the grotto stays in the grotto.
Okay.
Look, it's pretty simple if you think about it. To control the population, you have to control the people messaging the population. Some of these stars have 20, 30
Karima, you said it, you said it a minute ago that through movie they show you how they rock and they operate. Now, as I'm hearing all this political and these prostitutes and all that, this takes me right back to the very first Godfather, wherein Michael Corleone, as he was trying to get control of casinos and other things, there was a Senator Geary who was in the way blocking him. Matter of fact, told him, I hate you guineas. I hate how y'all operate. You sleazeballs won't ever get anything messing with me. And what they did was the senator had a thing for young girls, prostitutes, and it was a 19-year-old prostitute named June Baumgartner that Michael sent one of his hitmen. They drugged the senator, killed her, and then made him think he did it. And they said, okay, listen, now you're going to play ball. You give us what we want, or your career and your whole life is over. Damn, Karima. Whoa. You went deep, Seventh Answer. Go ahead.
That's how they did Kirk. Okay, just right there. They got a lot of followers, and when they get to talking and getting outside the box, they gotta, you know, they gotta be eliminated.
But now, Karima, I got to go. I'm gonna go there. Okay, because it didn't escape my attention that not only did the Kennedy brothers get hit, but one of their pals, one of their bosom buddies, Marilyn Monroe, she supposedly committed suicide or just came down with a severe case of wanting to die, although she had just signed a $13 million movie deal, but she was very close to them. Okay, and it's not like they didn't talk to her. And when right after they died, or in between when John died, I gotta go back and see what year she died, but she followed in death right along with them. Yeah, this rabbit hole is quadruple duple deep. Wow. Go ahead, Kramer.
million followers. That's more followers than CNN, Fox, ABC, NBC. These people have to be controlled. They can't just go off message and start saying whatever they want to say. They have to be somewhat reined in. They have to be controlled, or they do not get the platform to have the voice that they have.
Forget the politicians. The politicians are put there to give you the idea that you have freedom of choice. You don't. You have no choice. You have owners. They own you. They own everything. They own all the important land. They own and control the corporations. They've long since bought and paid for the Senate, the Congress, the state houses, the city halls. They got the judges in their back pockets, and they own all the big media companies, so they control just about all of the news and information you get to hear. They got you by the ball. It's a big club, and you ain't in it. You and I are not in the big club. By the way, it's the same big club they used to beat you over the head with all day long, when they tell you what to believe all day long, beating you over the head in their media, telling you what to believe, what to think, and what to buy. The table is tilted, folks. The game is rigged, and nobody seems to notice. Nobody seems to care. Good, honest, hardworking people, white collar, blue collar, doesn't matter what color shirt you have on. Good, honest, hardworking people continue. These are people of modest means. Continue to elect these rich cocksuckers who don't give a fuck about them. They don't care about you at all, at all, at all. Yeah. You know? And nobody seems to notice. Nobody seems to care. That's what the owners count on. The fact that Americans will probably remain willfully ignorant, because the owners of this country know the truth. It's called the American dream, because you have to be asleep to believe it.
If you stop for a second and you just look at the bigger picture, and you check out for a minute and you kind of compare the ancient times to today. Well, back then they had demigods and gods. They were like Achilles, Hercules, Apollo, Mercury. All these were demigods. And that's who the people in those days looked up to. Well, today we have all these people like Jay-Z, Rihanna, Beyonce, Lady Gaga, Katy Perry. In film, we have Brad Pitt, Will Smith. We have all these big stars. And the way they prop them up and they put them up on stage is like they're gods or demigods.
In this room are some of the most important TV and film executives in the world, people from every background, but they all have one thing in common. They're all terrified of Ronan Farrow. He's coming for you. He's coming for you. Look, talking of all you perverts, it was a big year. It was a big year for paedophile movies. Surviving R. Kelly, Leaving Neverland, Two Popes. Shut up. Shut up. I don't care. I don't care.
Most people don't want to cross the psychological line that this stuff is going on. And we all have a mental defense mechanism. It's like finally admitting there's an elite pedophile ring. I mean, most people just don't want to go there. And the same is here. Psychologically, you lose your safety, your security, and whatever innocence you have when you realize that this stuff is really going on. And it's a chore to cross over that barrier and realize, oh my gosh, this stuff is really happening. And that's why it takes critical thinking. The people have got to look at this stuff critically and see what they're being fed, so they can cross that psychological line that they just refuse to see it when it's right in front of them.
Hey Anderson, we had a great interview last time. I was wondering if you get a chance to look into Operation Mockingbird? You know what that is.
You're talking about something, from the 1950s, dude?
1970s, official declassified program, how the CIA infiltrated the mainstream media from the higher up.
Right.
It's declassified.
I read about it in college, yes, I do. Thanks.
Do you think it's something that could possibly be happening today?
I have no comment for you, thanks, dude.
Why not? I mean, you didn't have any journalistic training except CIA training. I mean, I just wanted to know what you think of German reporter Off Ote, who said the CIA bribed him and extorted him to publish news stories.
To manipulate people, to make propaganda against Russia, and it is not right what my colleagues do and have done in the past, because they are bribed to betray the people working for Central Intelligence Agency or other American agencies.
So Anderson, what influence do you think the CIA has when it comes to mainstream media?
Dude, you're being just ridiculous.
I mean, it's time to ask really the hard question.
And this is not only politicians, this is journalists too. And I just have written in the book how we have betrayed in the past our readers just to push for war, because I don't want this anymore. I'm fed up with this propaganda. I was supported by the Central Intelligence Agency, by the CIA. Why? Because I should be pro-American. I'm fed up with it. I don't want to do it anymore. I've just written a book not to earn money. No, it will cause a lot of trouble for me. To give the people in this country, in Germany, in Europe, and all over the world, a glimpse of what goes up behind the closed doors. It is not right what I have done in the past, to manipulate people, to make propaganda against Russia.
When you open this movie right here is Jurassic Park, for instance. Okay, I'm just showing this to people who have never seen this. For the last 15 years that I have been using Sony Vegas and other editing software and have gone through downloading movies and using them in our own video production, 100% of the time, it's either an MKV or an MP4. Occasionally you'll download a torrent that's an AVI, not very often. And this is what it will always look like. One video file right here, one audio file right here, always. That's been my experience. Now let me show you what happened when we downloaded and put the movie Leave the World Behind onto Sony Vegas. Here you go. Stunning, stunning. One video file, 4 audio files opened up. And this one, this 4th audio file, seems to be the weapon. This is a ELF, low frequency infrasonic wave right here. And so we are gonna, let me put the camera back on again. So this is big news, just so people realize. In 15 years of video editing, I have never downloaded, now speaking specifically a movie file, okay, a Hollywood movie from a torrent, downloading it in either MKV, MP4, occasionally AVI, 100% of the time, over 1,000 movies I've done this with, you have video file, audio file, period. This is the very first time I've ever seen anything like this with the 4 files. Bonnie's going to go into now talking about the infrasonic sound waves and what we found out about that, and the fact that there's one here. And the point is, we're going to go back after Bonnie gives you some information about what it is we're dealing with, how this is a weapon. Then we're going to go back towards the end of the live stream here, and I'm going to hit specific places where this weapon was used against anybody who watches it. Okay.
Neuroweapons. The word conjures images of sci-fi villains and shadowy conspiracies. Tools that don't just target the body, but the mind itself. Take the so-called voice of God technology, known by some as V2K, or voice to skull. The idea is simple, but eerie. Use microwaves to beam sounds or voices straight into a person's head, bypassing their ears. It's rooted in the microwave auditory effect, also called the Frey effect. In 1960, a biologist named Alan Frey embarked on a groundbreaking journey that would challenge our understanding of the invisible world around us. Working at General Electric's Advanced Electronics Center at Cornell University, Frey was drawn into a mystery when a radar technician claimed he could hear the signals emitted by radar stations. What began as a curious anecdote soon unraveled into a scientific revelation: the discovery of the microwave auditory effect, a phenomenon where pulsed microwaves could produce audible sounds directly in the human brain. Pulsed frequencies heat tiny bits of brain tissue, creating a shockwave the auditory system picks up the sound. The military flirted with it. Documents from the army once described V2K as a non-lethal weapon, even floating it as an electronic scarecrow for airports. Then, the page disappeared. In 2008, Wired reported that the US military had funded development of a non-lethal weapon that could create a sound inside your head using the microwave auditory effect. The publication quoted Dr. Lev Sadovnik of the Sierra Nevada Club, who suggested, in addition to military uses, these devices could be used at low power to produce a whisper that was too quiet to perceive consciously, but might be able to subconsciously influence someone. Sadovnik even suggests subliminal advertising, beaming information that is not consciously heard.
While MK worked,
when you open
Okay, for those of you that are just tuning in and everything else, I want you to know that this is another episode of the Lion's Den. All right? And we welcome you. And what we're now doing is the seventh answer, Lady Karima, is flooding you all with showing you that everything that we've been talking about can be proven substantively and irrefutably, all right? And that mind control, how real mind control is, how all this stuff has been put into play before you and I were ever born. See, it is imperative that all of us get up on our job, get up on our spiritual antennas, and increase our powers and range of thought. Okay, before we go any further, you know, I'm going to take issue with Hava Grafted Pod. Were you talking about me saying my voice is very indoctrinating? You funny if you talking about me. Okay, you real funny. But we'll talk. Okay, let's get back to the program and everything else.
In 1960,
mute out.
Yeah, I do too, and that was weird. That was weird.
Department of Defense documented a classified experimental program called Project Bizarre. This was the technocrats' version of MK Ultra. The mad scientists discovered that by modulating upper sideband and lower sideband frequency, one could induce physical and psychological effects on humans. Confusion, lethargy, seizures, illness, incapacitation, and even death, to name a few. The human body acts as an instrument of inspection and interpretation of vibrations and frequencies. Polar molecules, such as water, have been proven to be extremely susceptible to mutation and degradation via permeability by microwave radiation. The introduction of the Internet of Things, along with the simian symbiosis of smartphones, put the nail in the coffin. Prior to the rollout of 5G, the monitoring of the masses was done using omnidirectional waves of conventional communication towers. The large millimeter-sized waves of 5G needed close proximity and pocket-sized power attenuation. While Twitter truthers waited for towers in town square, they looked past every Bluetooth or Wi-Fi capable commodity they owned. 5G is only a blanket term regarding the fifth generation operating systems and technologies. Our communications all ride the same airwaves, piggybacking on previously programmed transmissions. The Magi masquerading as materialists monopolized all mainstream media. Heinrich Hertz confirmed radio waves existed in the late 1800s. James Clerk Maxwell had previously postulated radio waves through complex calculations. Maxwell believed light contained electric and magnetic fields capable of producing an electromagnetic wave. Radio communication was one of the first weaponized waveforms. Wells was well aware of what his broadcast, War of the Worlds, would do. Practice makes perfect. Radio waves are radiated by accelerating electric currents consisting of charged electrons oscillating in an antenna. The receiver sympathetically oscillates when tuned to the decided frequency of the wave. The bigger the wave, the shorter the distance. Radio waves are widely used for communication due to their ubiquitous utility. The way a TV tells a vision is by turning a two-dimensional image into a series of signals, each representing the specific colors and brightness of the resolved transmission. Motion pictures were made possible by rapidly repeating the signal.
The MK Ultra Canadian intelligence.
He worked in the defense research and development in the Canadian military, essentially working on psyops in the Canadian military. This is Harley Pasternak.
Yeah, what I'm saying is, look, they tried to medicate me. I was exhausted. They wrongly diagnosed me, and they when I asked them how much lithium did you want to put me on exactly, it took them 4 days to answer because they were embarrassed about the amount, right? And I refused to take this, right? You understand that if I had taken the medication, I would not be here, and it would have been, he was deeply troubled. We miss him. We love his music, though.
Well, they would have Britney Spears you. I mean, look at
they would have Michael Jackson
or worse.
In 1967, the
Why Christians? Remember, the Soviet Union made a statement that we could control all of our entire population except the Christians. And they had to put them in prison and in gulags. And I remember in 1994, when I was in the CIA, we were ordered into a conference room. We all filed in. There's about 30 of us. And our division chief starts off by saying, now, don't get mad at me. I'm just the messenger. This comes down from the director of the CIA. You can no longer say Merry Christmas in any CIA office space. You cannot have a manger scene on your desk or on your door, or you will face administrative penalties. And the sad part was only 2 of us, our jaws dropped. Like, what? And the CIA was actively against Christians, and they used DEI as a method to suppress them. And I remember it was Christmas Eve, and I walked out. I thought about this, prayed about this overnight, and I said, oh, no, you don't. So I walked out on New Year's Eve, and I turned around to everybody, and I said, good night, and by the way, Merry Christmas. I'm like, there is a line you don't cross. Well, there was an outrage from the CIA populace, and as evil people always do, when they got resistance, they backed off and said, well, never mind, But it has been Christianity, because the Christians are the only ones that will not answer to tyranny. We believe in God and a higher power, and we will not be manipulated by a tyrannical regime. And that's why Christians are despised around the world, including in this previous administration. My goodness. And going back to Obama, how they attacked Christians and eliminated the religious freedom post at the Department of State, and on and on and on it went. But that's the reason.
In the summer of 1978, I interviewed a man who worked as an informer for the FBI during the 1960s. His name is Dothard Perry, also known as Ed Riggs, also known as Bill Perry, also known as Othello.
How were you paid? The pay was always in cash. Cash, and you would sign a card. It would go like this. A rendezvous or a drop-off point would be picked out either by yourself or the agent. You would meet the agent there. Usually it would be in a vehicle. You get in the vehicle, he would hand you the money.
Could you stop for a second?
First to count the money. He would tell you the
Karima, now, the 7th incident went back and found an absolute. All the videos she showed are fire, but this one here is absolute gold. Now, if you don't know who you're watching, you're looking at the late Gil Noble, who used to host the show titled Like It Is. All right, this is from a special he hosted called A Decade of Struggle. And here he had former FBI and CIA, black informant, white informants, along with other agents who came forth in a symposium to sit down and expose what the United States government was doing way back when, as Karima just said. This gentleman here, Dothard Perry, his actual name, and his he had penetrated both Martin Luther King's movement, the Nation of Islam, and a host of other, the Black Liberation Army, and a few other organizations of that time. But he was coming clean about what the United States government under the FBI and CIA was planning. And this interview goes back about 45 to 50 years ago. Drop it, Karima.
Amount while you counted it. If the amount was there, he would then bring out a card. On that card would be for the week of such and such. In other words, the week was dated. So-and-so has been paid the amount of. Then you would sign the card, and then the agent would sign the card. The reason for this is that if all of a sudden the IRS became very interested about where you were getting all this extra money from, you could always tell them to go back to the Bureau, and the Bureau would have your cards on file.
I see. Were there such things as bonuses?
Oh, yes.
What were they paid for?
Bonuses were paid for, suppose while you were meeting with, or you were at a meeting with Bobby Seals, Chulai of the Red Army happened to come to the meeting too, which is something which would be a new development. That's bonus time.
In other words, a hot piece of information.
Hot piece, very hot piece.
Did you ever suffer pangs of conscience?
Quite a few times. Quite a few times. I still suffer pains of conscience. I suffer from the fact that a lot of people trusted me and I misused that trust. I suffer from the fact that a lot of information that I gave out was the undoing of certain groups or certain people. I suffer from the fact that I'm on the run constantly. I have no real life to speak of.
You have no family life, really? You have a wife?
No, I don't have a wife. I do have a child. I can't see her that often. I have to stay away from them because once I come around, the Bureau shows up and harassment starts. I have very few close personal friends, no one to really confide in. It's like being on the outside of a glass jar and everything is happening inside the jar, but you're on the outside. You can see it happening, but you can't participate.
Why have you decided to talk to me?
For the simple reason, I think this information should be getting out, should be put out to the public. I think not only Black people, but everyone should become aware of what your so-called law enforcement agencies do to so-called enforce the law. Because between you, myself, and the audience, I've seen more felons in law enforcement than I have in prison.
Many would say, well, look, you yourself just got through saying that the DLA was involved in criminal activity. What's wrong with wanting to put them in prison? How would you answer them?
I would answer them in this way. First off, we have to understand why they did what they did. But I'm not even gonna go off into that psychological hoo-ha. What I'm gonna say is when you become just as bad as the people that you go after, then there's nothing gained and a whole lot lost.
And Karima, on that note,
you also were active in the infiltration of.
Okay. Now, did you hear what he just said? Now, on that note, in regards to the Black Liberation Army, I'm going to take time out personally to dedicate this show to the memory of Joanne Chesimard, better known as Assata Shakur, who was a member of the very Black Liberation Army, the same Black Liberation Army he penetrated, he infiltrated, and undermined That's why he's saying what he's saying now. At this time, he was revealing what he was doing and what the government planned on doing, which is happening now. Listen carefully to what this man is saying. I bought this dude out years ago, and everything that you see happening now, he's showing what was coming. But unfortunately, our forefathers and mothers at that time didn't listen like they were supposed to. Go ahead, Karima.
Of many cultural groups. Before we go into that step by step, how much research and study did the FBI engage in of Black culture in the late 60s?
A great amount.
Give me an idea.
From the thing is, I can, they have a file on every type of magazine that Blacks read. They have a file on the music, dance, theater, actors, comedians, you name it, man.
And they would actually study these
different... Oh, yes, definitely.
Ladies and gentlemen, now, are you hearing what he's saying? Do you want to know why today, starting in the 1980s especially, the poisoning of our music, what we read, what we see, what we hear? Okay, who was controlling Jet Magazine, Ebony Magazine, Ebony Man Magazine? Who was actually controlling BET from way back when? Because as the man just said, the FBI and CIA was studying us. Why? In order to destroy a people, you must know what make them tick. So you want to know why the hip hop went from positive into negative and darkness? You want to know why? He said, look, they even study our dance. How here it is now, it went from creative dance, expressive dance, to lewd booty shaking and everything else that you see going on. They were already plotting this before. Again, like I said, some of us were born before this was already put into play. And then over time, look at look at TV. Every Black show you had at one time got wiped out. And the Black shows you did have going on, the Black father image was virtually destroyed or watered down and polluted. The images of Black women became worse and worse as time went on. And man, look what we got going on now. This whole stripper culture. And every time you look up, some Black man is pumping some other Black man in the butt. Come on, man. This was all planned. All right, seventh answer, go ahead.
What would they do with music?
To understand the people, you have to understand the culture. To infiltrate, you have to understand. You had a lot of so-called white liberals that were infiltrating the so-called Black groups using the information that they had gathered from the studies of Blacks.
You mean just to understand the behavior pattern of our people?
Oh yeah, I can, Will Heaton could name out some jams of Miles Davis that I hadn't even heard of. He could name off some books that I hadn't even read pertaining to Black culture.
Do you ever see agents actually studying the music of?
Yes. I've seen them going over even video portion of cultural events. The understanding, like when, you have an organization like Leroy Jones Black House. You remember that? Okay, Leroy Jones's place, which was done on the thing of tribalism. That's where I first heard the word Kintu, Mantu, Huntu, Hintu. These words of the African continuum. I learned that from an agent. He ran it down to me. They make in-depth studies of the personalities of the people they're dealing with too. culturally. It always helps it's a thing of you can take their culture and use it against them.
How large would you say an extensive collection on our culture would you say the FBI has? Would you rate it as large as a particular library, like the Schomburg Library in Harlem? Or...
I would rate it better. I would rate it better, and the fact is that they go into details that we probably would overlook.
Okay, stop for a second, Karima.
Will Heaton.
See, did you hear what he said? Okay, I'm sorry. Did you hear what that man said, ladies and gentlemen? They went into details about us. This is why today you wonder why they don't want to leave us alone. You want to know why they don't want to let us go? Because they understand the depths of who we are from a spiritual standpoint, from a physical standpoint. You want to know why you see so many black men and women turning up missing? And stay tuned. Stay tuned for our next segment. We're gonna go into this Cracker Barrel situation. But let me go back. You want to know why they want to look like, be like, dress like? They don't want the afflictions of us, but they want to take everything that we do to themselves, because they've studied us to a science, and they understand the magnificent dynamic and spirit the Lord has put upon us. But see, they have been studying us. What makes us emotionally tick. That's why the music in particular, especially our music and our visual and audio, what we listen to, they corrupted that to an extreme. When you had, in my time, depending on how far some of y'all go, when you had Marvin Gaye, Rick James, yeah, some of them, they had some explicit songs, but for the most part, when you listen to their library of music, Barry White, Stevie Wonder, so they all taught you how to talk to a woman, how to appreciate a woman, how to love and care for a woman. Okay? They talked about courtship, family, love. And the birth rate was through the roof when these gentlemen and other groups, the Temptations, the Dramatics, were out. The sisters talked about being in love with a man, feeling a man, caring for a man. But as the 80s crept in, all of a sudden, oh, I hate that bitch. Oh, I'm not cursing for the sake of curse. I'm just giving you raw. Even in R&B music, I don't need no man. Oh, you got to get on out, pack your bags. You got to go, cause you's a dog. Okay, and it just got worse, progressively worse. Oh, I'm a man, and and another man's beating my time, and it just got worse. But it was deliberate. When rap first began, out the New York origins, then LA would come in. They had some tough guy lyrical content here and there, but for the most part, it was about staying in school, being right, doing right. At one time, they used to diss drug dealers. Next time you look up in the 90s, going to the mid 90s on, all of a sudden, every rapper's a drug dealer. Nigga, you ain't no drug dealer. You was not no drug dealer. Stop. I'm a criminal, I'm a gang. No, you was not. You were not. But that's what they pushed. This is what the federal government, as Sister Karima, is showing you. And now this Darth Perry, out of everybody, he dropped how it was done and who's controlling it yesterday and today. Look at who's behind much of the music we're listening to today. The Jimmy Iovines, the Liar Cohens, okay, and other small hat executives, okay? So we're giving it to you straight on who's doing what. And what the, hold on, y'all, just hold, I'll be right back. Excuse me, y'all, I'm back. Yeah, like I was saying, Here it is. So we're showing you. You want to know why black culture is in the toilet? You want to know why the images? Here it is. When you have shows like, or movies like Shaft, Mr. T, the original Mr. T, Trouble Man, and so many other movies showing black men strong, virulent, taking no shorts. Or if they were in, like let's say, the late Ron O'Neal, when he wanted to be, he was a drug dealer that wanted to get out the game. He had a conscience. He didn't want to be bothered, and he fought to get out the game. Now movies came later on down the line. Every time you look up, a black man was wearing a dress because white men couldn't take the images of black men doing it. Even on TV shows, when you had Avery Brooks, when he left Spencer for Hire, and the spinoff show, A Man Called Hawk, hey yo, in a matter of a month or two, ABC and all them executives said, hell nah. We ain't about to have Avery Brooks doing his thing and got black men and young black girls looking and walking with pride and wanting to be on top. Nah, we can't have that. Then you had a show titled Mantis, starring veteran actor Carl Lumbly, who was a brilliant scientist and skeletal and other and physiology, where he was crippled. But he developed a suit that made him superhuman and gave him his ability to walk. And what happened? That show got knocked out the box. And any other show showing black men and black women in positive, strong roles. Even Good Times, you saw how it went down with knocking out John Amos, James Evans' character. Because originally, before the show came on the air, Esther Roll, to her credit, was saying, I'm not doing a show where I'm a single mother. I want a husband. But as time went on, and you had Norman Lear move out the real Mike Evans from the Jefferson, the original Lionel Jefferson, but he was the actual Michael Evans of the Evans family. And Eric Monte, who were the writers of Good Time and all the other black shows, and Norman Lear stole it. They knocked out John Amos. They knocked out all the positive, powerful black men. In every aspect, this was all done deliberately. And this is what Darthar Perry, and this is what Sister Karima is showing you. We've been programmed before we were born. And it's up to us now to break this spell. All right, Linus, go to work.
Oh, yes, definitely.
What would they do with music?
To understand the people, you have to understand the culture. To infiltrate, you have to understand. You had a lot of so-called white liberals that were infiltrating the so-called black groups using the information that they had gathered from the studies of blacks.
You mean just to understand the behavior pattern of our people?
Oh yeah, I can, Will Heaton could name out some jams of Miles Davis that I hadn't even heard of. He could name off some books that I had pertaining to black culture.
Do you ever see agents actually studying the music of?
Yes. I've seen them going over even video portion of cultural events. The understanding, like when, you have an organization like Leroy Jones' Black House. You remember that? Okay, Leroy Jones's place, which was done on the thing of tribalism. That's where I first heard the word Kintu, Mantu, Huntu, Hentu. These words of the African continuum. I learned that from an agent. He ran it down to me. They make in-depth studies of the personalities of the people they're dealing with too. Culturally, it always helps when it's a thing of you can take their culture and use it against them.
How large would you say an extensive collection on our culture would you say the FBI has? rated as large as a particular library, like the Schomburg Library in Harlem? Or...
I would rate it better. I would rate it better, and the fact is that they go into details that we probably would overlook. Will Heaton used to meet me in different places. You know, Will Heaton, that was one of my supervising agents. There is a certain bar in the Los Angeles area where people into Black cultural things met, and Will Heaton used to meet me there. And he would go into very long and tiring conversations with some very articulate brothers about culture, African culture and Afro-American culture.
Tell me about some of the cultural organizations that you infiltrated and what you did.
PASLA, Mafunde, Watts Writers Workshop, which they have.
The Watts Writers Workshop?
Yes. Watts Writers Workshop, which was one of the oldest established Black writers workshop.
That place was burned down.
Yeah. The Bureau had it burnt down.
How do you know that?
I know because I participated. I did the arson.
You burned down the Watts?
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Why did they
Stop.
have to go?
Stop. Ladies and gentlemen, now, brothers and sisters, you heard what he just said? You see the pattern? Not only did they have our Black Wall Street, Black towns, and colleges and other institutions burnt down. You see that pattern? Using Black hands, programmed to come in and destroy workshops, destroy our creativity. They've been doing this for a long freaking time. And as you can see, we are not making this up. As you can see, we are on our job, and I hope you out there, as you're listening, you have your notebook and your pens, and you've been writing down the things that we're presenting right now, because as you can see, now you're getting the answer on why the Jesse Jacksons, the Al Sharptons, and all these other so-called Black leaders of yesterday and today are doing what they're doing, because they are on the controlled ops payroll. Sellouts. MK Ultra, y'all, for your behind. Go, Karima.
At the time, funding had been cut to the workshop, had been cut out, but it looked like there was a possibility of a grant being given back to the workshop. And if there was no theater, there would be no grant.
How did you do it?
2 cans of kerosene, Purex bottle, gasoline, and a flare, highway flare.
Why didn't you use more sophisticated stuff?
Oh, no. You're never overly sophisticated. It's too obvious. This way you make it look like, you know, maybe somebody in the neighborhood that got kicked out of theater at one time got mad and came and burned the damn theater up, that kind of thing.
But you were involved in this theater? I mean, didn't...
Okay, got cut short, but seventh answer, you see, he just confirmed what you said a minute ago, that what they did was, and how they operated was not, don't make it too sophisticated, so no, it won't have people asking questions. But now, because of with all the things that we've learned and with all this revelation and people coming forth confessing, and we're now asking questions more and more, and whatever skills we've been given in our different, like I'm in the, I'm a certified paralegal. You got your skills and traits. We all here. We are now. We the thinking generation. We're the ones that are piecing everything together. We're not taking everything for face value. We going behind the scenes and uncovering. Yeah, this is what he's showing you. This was in motion a long time. And now you're understanding why our culture is what it is. And you got the black boule, the gatekeepers of this so-called white supremacy and how they operate. Now, what we're going to do is take a time out. We're going to welcome you to the Lion's Den, talking about what's on your mind. All right, as the conversation continues. And we're your host. We had, Captain Yeshaya Da had to drop out, but he was here earlier on. We have Captain Yeshaya Da, JT Raw, the 7th Answer Lady Karima, and you have Brother Malakaya. Now, we're going to take a time out, because normally we do hour by hour, but tonight we going so hard, so deep. And Sister Karima, here's what I want you to do, right? While I'm talking, I'm going to skip over, because we done covered enough of the Carolina shootings and all the other stuff, right? Now, in the order I sent you the videos, let me see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I want you to go to entry 7. It'll be headed Black on Black Crime is a Hoax. And we're gonna go into that. We're gonna go into our next final hour. We're gonna be going to the Black on Black Crime is a Hoax. We're gonna go into the Cracker Barrel hate crime situation involving Keanu Reeves. We're going to cover the murder of Jade McKissick out of the University of Houston as one of the many victims of a potential serial killer in Houston, Texas. And yeah, we should be concluded by that time. But in the meantime, in between time, let me go out here and let's see who's talking. Now, if you're a first time hearer of this wonderful platform, hit that like and subscribe button and share the show. All right? For all our regulars out there, you should be hitting the like and subscribe button or bringing a friend as you come in to hear this presentation to hit the like and subscribe button as well, because it's absolutely free. Now let's see who's talking. All right, here we go. All right, first and foremost, we got Salaya Benya. Hello, welcome. And okay, I know Smashing Idol is all up in here, but I'm gonna go down. I'm gonna start from the very beginning. Okay, we have Marquise. What's going on? We have Dominique Liddell. Salute to you too, Dominique. All right. We have Al Yaha, Yashalite, Mighty Lion. Bless your family. Bless you too. Aliyah. Let me see. Smashing Idol, you said, I wonder why they won't just give us a name. We can figure the rest out. I don't know what that's pertaining to. I'll figure it out later. Tawana Johnson, hey, what's going on? How you doing? Okay, you funny, Tawana. I don't want to go down the devil's pit. Now, hold on a minute. But hold on, Sister Tawana. In order to defeat your enemy, you got to be able, ready, willing. You know full well that in order to beat an enemy, you have to study your enemy and study your opponent and be willing to go into their pits with the Lord's protection, of course. All right? Don't get it twisted. We going there, but we going down there with the Lord's protection and grace, not of our own accord. All right? Smashing. Ooh, they snitching. Yeah, that's right. They are snitching. They telling. See, that's how it works. There come a time, all you got to do is sit back and let your enemy talk. Eventually, they telling themselves, Smash. And that's right. You picked Obadiah perfectly, Smashing Idol. How are the things of Esau searched out? How are his hidden things sought up? Of course, through the Lord, and then giving us, each one of us, the insight, hindsight, foresight, and every sight needed to go and uncover it. And take a lot of heart to do what we're doing here. Okay? Now, without spot or blemish, you're saying Babylon is not a place, but a place of people. Anyone against Christianity is Babylon. Well, first of all, Babylon is a place, an actual place. Okay, both ancient and current today, which is called America, which was known in the Bible as Mystery Babylon, but it's no longer a mystery without spot or blemish. And as far as Christianity is concerned, the Most High never ordained Christianity. He only ordained the book of the Bible and the laws and the commandments contained therein. You don't see where he said be a Methodist, Episcopalian, a Catholic. That's not in the scriptures. But let's move on. Now, Seer Synagogue, you say, we know the media is working together with the politicians and their papa the Canaanite. Why would we believe in any of their news stories? Gaza and Kiev are both stage wars. Rumors only. Okay, I see you on to something. I see you got it going on to a degree. Seer Synagogue. Now, without spot or blemish, you say Babylon confusion allegorically of Rome as the most corrupt and corrupt seat of idolatry and the enemy of Christianity. But hold on. Without spot or blemish, you can find no place more confusion than America, which is the offshoot of the Roman Empire and all the other white empires that stood. Here in this country, we say freedom of speech, but then you have people who've been murdered in the name of free speech. You have a government using the provision of fighting words that tells you that all men are created equal, but yet here it is, everything that we put our hands to in trying to redeem ourselves out this cursed state, they've been thorough in burning, looting, corrupting, infiltrating, using illegal means to break the law with their COINTELPRO, the counterintelligence program, making people political prisoners, putting them in prison knowing they were innocent or setting them up. All right? And again, using outright murder and assassination. And later on, assassination of character. All right? To destroy enemies. This is what they do. Okay, you know what? Now, let me see who else is talking. You have a lot to say, Spot, without spot or blemish, but I know you are, but it's cool. Practical knowledge isn't biblical knowledge. Without a concordance, you're merely guessing. But see, we don't do guesswork here. Without spot or blemish. If you've been paying attention, all right, whether I don't know if your gender is male or female, but if you've been paying attention, you'll see that everything we're bringing here is not guess. This is just direct.
That's Mississippi, Tyrone.
Okay, you know what? Okay, seventh answer. I'm gonna need for you to hold it down, right? Because I don't know, someone is insisting on trying to call me on another medium, right? And every time they do that, it knocks out my volume. So hold it down. I gotta go back out, come back in, so I can be heard because I can't hear you. I'm gonna come right back. Hold it down. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Major problem of Israel is with the young generation of the Black community. Black Lives Matter starts there. I had last week a sit-down dinner at my house for 40 people, which are considered the leadership of the Black community, and it's very important people. They can be part of our doing an activity.
Dr. Clarence B. Jones, who wrote the draft speech for Martin Luther King. I had a dream. He was his lawyer, he was his close friend. He's somebody that I reached out to. He became a very close and personal friend.
The major. They're losing their country and they blaming they. We ain't sent 9 grams of fentanyl across the borders that's destroying their white kids, that's overdosing on fentanyl and opioids.
That's true.
We ain't sent now motherfucking me coronavirus disease over here to cause a wipeout of sickness. But they blaming they as if the crime bothered them. Our crime do not affect white people. You know why? Because they got the prison on the stock exchange. So it ain't costing nobody no money to lock up. They making money off locking up. There go your free labor. So they complain about crime. They need this crime to keep black slaves. That's why even if we never commit a crime, before you're born in America as a black person, you're already a criminal. You know why? Because born. Well, who's saying that? America. Because America has a booming prison industry. And they need this prison industry. Not only that, it strips these black people of the rights we once gave them because we still need slaves for free labor. So this crime don't affect us. And it don't affect white people while you're using it as talking points. How many black women having babies? 1, 2, 3. One of y'all going to prison. You know why? Because the American statistics says 1 in every 3 black males will go to prison or be on some form of community supervision in their lifetime. It don't say maybe, it don't say well, but it says 1 in 3 will go.
Yeah, Seventh Dance, I'm back. But now, that's Charleston White, and you done heard us break that system down. But before me, there was Malcolm X. Okay, sorry. Before me, there was Malcolm X and Martin Luther King, but Malcolm X especially, who broke down the system of how criminality works. Then Medgar Evers, they all broke it down. That here it is, we're not born criminals, but we're maneuvered in the crime, and we're steered in the crime. Okay, I broke down right along with Seventh Answer, the prison industrial complex, how it began in 1986 under Rencor and under the administration of most notably Ronald Wilson Reagan. Okay, and George Herbert Walker Bush as vice president, and all those who were in cahoots at that time to build what is now the prison industrial complex involving major league powerhouses and financiers and corporations like McDonald's, Burger King, U.S. airline, almost every U.S. airline. You have Krispy Kreme donuts, Dunkin' Donuts, Victoria's Secret. The list goes on and on of all who have their hands now in the prison industrial complex and the deliberate. See, they put the crack, the powder, the cocaine, and as soon as young black men out there trying to make a buck, trying to make a living, doing their thing, getting money, okay, sure, it's a bad industry in all criminality, but wait a minute. Who are the biggest drug dealers and who are the biggest manufacturers? But who's the scapegoat? When they get the black criminals, because they're making all that money, and Uncle Sam ain't getting his cut. As soon as they catch your behind, what they do, they give you football numbers. Something that they give a white defendant probation, if any jail time at all, or prison time at all. The black defendant gonna get football numbers because they gotta fill those prisons up. See, during the 1990s into the early 2000s, under both Democratic and Republican administrations, scores of prisons were built. Some of them are still unmanned because there are a lot of people becoming more conscious, not wanting to go to prison, not wanting to go be a slave to the rhythm. And you have states out there who who thrive on and need prisons, you know, because job creation is a must. So Charleston White's right. It's everything is connected and engineered. They're big time players in this, and we're revealing them. Now, I guess this looks like, okay, we're getting ready to go into now the third hour. I'm gonna come back and do some reading for some of you guys that were commenting. I'm gonna still deal with y'all, but now we gotta go. Let me just go ahead first into Keanu Reeves. I'm gonna give you the backdrop. Keanu Reeves was a young enterprising young woman who recently went to the embattled Cracker Barrel for a job interview. The job interview went left, way left. Now you're not hearing about this in the major news media, or you're hearing it and it's slanted. But what we're gonna do, we're gonna go in depth. There are voices out there who are just as strong as ours, maybe not as strong as ours, but just as strong. Okay. And we're gonna hear their takes and their bits on this story, because I want you to hear something that is critical in this young woman's attempted kidnapping and what she suffered. All right, drop it, Karima.
Keanu Reeves drive 33 miles away to a Cracker Barrel interview in Detroit. I mean, damn, 33 miles and Cracker Barrel? We already know the things that come behind them. Now she get done with the interview. Immediately she called her mom right after. So she stepped outside, and then she told her mom like she don't think that the interview went well. It was a bad vibe, and that she was gonna go back inside to use the bathroom. You know, the fact that she about to get on the road and drive 33 miles. Not only that though, y'all, she did to her mama. Dude who did interview her, John Gacy, was asking her unsettled, uncomfortable questions, asking about her COVID-19 vaccination and if she an organ donor. So after hours passed, her mama is freaking out. She called and started looking for her daughter. But listen though, y'all, when the police get there, they look on the camera and they see her walking in the building, walking into the bathroom, but never come out. Now this when the story get good, but crazy at the same time. Y'all, Keanu Reeves have been found 900 miles away from her crib, alive. She was found roped and duct taped in the back of a refrigerator delivery van, heading to Low Pass Foods in Oklahoma. Now listen up, this in black and white. He said this is a major meat supplier for McDonald's. This how you know she was covered in love. You hear me? The state police had pulled him over for a tail light that was out.
Hell no. So y'all ain't heard what happened? Keanu Reeves drove 33 miles to an interview in Michigan, Detroit, at Cracker Barrel. Now that within itself, like, they better been paying some good ass money for you to go 33 miles out the way, especially to a Cracker Barrel. If you know, you know. Immediately after the interview, she calls her mom. She tells her mom the interview didn't go on well. The interview didn't go well, and he was asking me unsettling, uncomfortable questions. What did he ask you? About my COVID-19 and my organ donor. I felt very uncomfortable. I don't think I got the job. So she hung up with her mom. Before she gets back on the road, she's like, let me go run and use the bathroom. She goes to use the bathroom. She never comes back out. Nobody never sees her again for that moment. Now, when the police arrives, they see her going in the building and going into the bathroom, but they do not see her coming out. Now, the mom grew concerned because after hours and hours and hours of not being able to contact her daughter, she knew something was wrong. Boy, let me tell you what. They found her 900 miles away from her house in a refrigerator delivery truck, on the duct-tied and taped up, on her way to Low Pass Foods in Oklahoma, which is one of the biggest major chains for McDonald's in food. What? Now, the driver, he don't have no record. John Gacy, he said this was his the regular delivery. He don't know what's going on. You know, he don't know what's going on. But it just leads to question. She got 900 miles away from her designated place she was at, and nobody seen nothing, nobody heard nothing. Like, this is screaming. Y'all know what it's screaming, but this is allegedly, you know, again, Keanu Reeves. She has been found alive. She was disoriented, but she's recovering just fine. She was found 900 miles away from a Cracker Barrel in Detroit. And it's like, do that bathroom got a secret place to where you can escape? Like, there's so many questions I want to know. But I'm telling y'all, when y'all go somewhere, always tell somebody where you're going, or go with 2 or more people. I don't care if it's just an interview, or run, a jog, go to the store. Like, safety is number 1. And you should always have something to protect yourself. The story is mind-blowing, you know. Again, the driver, he was like, shit, he didn't know nothing about it. Is he lying? We don't know. It's yet to be discovered yet. So, you know, again, Keanu Reeves has been found alive. She's a black woman that went missing, and they found her 900 miles away from a designated place, on her way to Lopez Food Company in Oklahoma. Biggest major chain for McDonald's food supply.
Okay. Did y'all hear that, brothers and sisters? Now, I got to just point out some things that just stand out to me, all right, about this story. I want to understand, let me get this straight. Keanu Reeves, young, enterprising young woman, drives 33 miles. Now, let's stop right there. 33 miles. Okay, y'all. Here we go with the Masonic. Here we go. She drives 33 miles to a Cracker Barrel for a job interview, conducts this interview. Now, during the course of the interview, the interviewer starts asking her questions that shouldn't have been asked. Is she an organ donor? Uh-oh. Now, I wonder, did Cracker Barrel call this girl because she is an organ donor, and maybe she was a match for somebody, and they needed her on ice, and they were going to kidnap her for her organs? All right? And I'm going to say, by the grace of God, something was wrong with the truck, driven by a dude named John Gacy. Now, hold up. John Gacy. That name sounds real ominous. Because I'm wondering if this John Gacy was related to John Wayne Gacy. Does anyone remember John Wayne Gacy? The white guy? The flesh eater before, like Jeffrey Dahmer? Who kidnapped black boys? And a sprinkling of whites, but more black boys? Some years ago? You know, he was famous for dressing like a clown. Now, this truck driver's name is John Gacy. And I just thought about John Wayne Gacy immediately. But this girl drove 33 miles. Masonic, here we go. And then she was asked, did she take the COVID-19 virus shot? Now, here we go. 19. 1 and 9 is 8. 8, the number of what? Spiritual eternity and infinity and continuity. See, it's all in the numbers. You got to listen to what they're saying. And when you add 33 and 33, you get 66. All right? But she was found. Now, check this out. She was found 900 miles. This truck driver was able to transport this child I can't begin to imagine the terror she endured. But she was driven 900 miles to, let me get the meat factory's name again. Lopez Meat Market. Okay, 900 miles. Now let's drop the two zeros, and look at the number 9, which deals with what? Spiritual transition and crossing over. 8, the number of infinity and continuity. Now you take the 2 6s and take that 900 miles. You flip the number 9 upside down, you get 666. Well, this girl being lined up to be a ritualistic kill, she goes to Cracker Barrel. Now, if you know the history, matter of fact, we're going to show you the history of Cracker Barrel, because I have some videos regarding Cracker Barrel. Okay, matter of fact, Karima, it should be video number 7. Cracker Barrel hate crime that goes back 16 years. See, as one of the moderators on the little short said, if you know the history of Cracker Barrel, Keanu Reeves has not been the first victim, but this is a victim where she almost lost her life. And this is this same Lopez Meat Market has ties to McDonald's, and there's been a lot of ominous accusations. There was a Jewish rabbi, a so-called Jewish rabbi, an alleged Jewish rabbi, who some years ago was saying, yeah, what do you know what we do? We chop up the dead bodies and we'll feed it to the people. And we feed it, and we most of them put it in the black community. And I can recall when I used to still frequent fast food restaurants, I would notice that this don't taste like beef. Okay? And given the fact we live in America where the zombie culture, the cannibalization, don't forget that in slavery, besides feeding our babies to alligators as gator bait, it was known and documented. This is why Donald Trump and company want to try to eliminate the history of slavery. That some white slave owners were alleged to be eating their slaves, used to eat their flesh. Remember when they used to lynch us for sport and entertainment? They were known for cutting off the private parts of the black women and men they lynched. Yeah. See, I understand why there are some proponents that want to eliminate our history and tell us to forget. No, we're never going to forget. But this is very ominous. They took this child not that far into a meat market, y'all. So what were they going to do? Chop her up, cut her up, and take her organs? Did you take the COVID-19 virus? And then she's seen going into the bathroom, which means that there must have been a seventh answer. You deduce a trap door or somebody in there waiting for her to knock her out using some kind of, maybe like a chlorophyll cloth to knock her out. But the bottom line is, this is what transpired with Keanu Reeves, which now goes into, look at all these unaccounted for missing black men and women, but especially black women in these United States. How it's been alleged and stated that some of these people missing might be coming up on someone's dinner table. There have been videos that have surfaced where you see in Greece or in some other white enclave what appears to be human bodies on spits being roasted and barbecued and salted and everything. We hear about, you had former world champion boxer Ryan Garcia, who spoke about being taken someplace where they were eating babies and eating children. He been ranting and raving about something he saw that bugged him out, and he ain't been the same since in his boxing career. He said, yo, they up here eating children, man. And this girl was taken to Lopez Meat Market that has ties to McDonald's. Now, we can't prove anything, but come on now. This stinks to high heaven. And this just goes to show you that, again, programming, as Karima said, mind control, predictive programming, all this zombie culture fascination, human flesh eating fascination. What, you just think it's a movie? You think it's a television show? You think the 1974 horror classic, very disturbing horror classic, The Texas Chainsaw Massacre, was just a movie? Huh? Let's not forget, some of these movies were based on actual people like Ed Gein, E-D-G-E-I-N, Gein, another flesh eater and mass murderer and killer. So we have to take a real good look into the issue of Keanu Reeves and her story. Because now, give me video number 10, Karima. It should read Jade McKissick, University of Houston student found dead. We've been talking about this issue that's going on in Houston, Texas, and the officials down there are trying to keep this story under wraps about a potential serial killer. But Miss Jade McKissick is now alleged to be the 13th body or 15th body found dead in a particular area of a bayou in Houston, Texas. Now, we all know in the pattern of mathematics, in the communicative, in the, your communicative aspect of mathematics, 1 + 1 is 2, 2 + 2 is 4, 3 + 3 is 6. What am I showing you? A pattern, a system of addition, and how it works formulaically. And no matter how you put, no matter what order you put the numbers in, the same sum comes up. Now, here it is. Miss Jade McKissick and their other victims all keep being found in a particular area in bayou in Houston, Texas. And the investigators there want you to think, oh, well, this is not the work of a serial killer. These are just random occurrences. How can it be random occurrences? How can it be random occurrences? Because when you look up this universally accepted definition of the word serial killer, a serial, it is when a person or persons commit acts of homicide wherein they do it in spurts of 1, 2, 3, or 4, and multiple attacks. They stop, then they start back up again. Multiple attacks, but it's always the same modus operandi. All right? The same method of attack as well. And they systematically use the same area geographically to dump the bodies. Brothers and sisters, I got to say this to you. Look, there are some very seriously disturbed and programmed people out here, and with this whole issue of MK Ultra, with this whole issue of a lot of white men scared and terrified out their minds about the divine judgment coming down on them. Yo, we cannot negate the fact that we may be dealing with some, we are dealing with some serious elements that are coming up against us. And we're showing you. Seventh Answer, if you're still with me, I don't know if you've been able to find that video, but
yeah, I'm about to get it, but I'm about to show the suspect real quick.
Oh, okay. By all means, please do. Please do. All right. So my thing is this here. Our thing is this here. We're doing our due diligence, as the Seventh Answer said. We have our detective abilities and everything because, as I said, I come from a law background, a legal background. That's what I do. Sift out information, sift out all the facts, okay, and bring forth strong evidence that supports a hypothesis. And what's a hypothesis? It's when you take a different litany of events that you can piece together a strong, conclusive case. It's not just something that you make up. A hypothesis is when you take different aspects of a crime, of possibilities of how a crime was done, to come up with a conclusion. So now, Jay McKissick is now the 13th or 15th victim found in a particular area. The majority of the female of the other victims have been black female. All right, and they've all been dumped in this particular region of Houston that's known as a bayou. Now, if that's not the work of a serial killer, I don't know what is. And I want to know, why do you have the Houston, Texas investigators trying so freaking hard to cover it up? All right. Let's watch this video. Fair use, Shaw, fair use.
Not a video, it's image.
Oh, it's an image. And who's this image of, Karima?
The person that had her in the car, in the truck.
Oh, this is Samuel Martinez? Okay, all right. Now wait a minute, hold on.
Daniel Martinez, that they call him.
Daniel Martinez is a suspect, and this is Keanu Reeves' case, found dead in jail? Hold up, Karima. This man is dead? Oh, what? What the hell? All right. Now, wait, the truck driver was John Gacy. Now, is Daniel Martinez, is this dude one of the employees at the meat market? Because I want to see what this John Gacy, the truck driver, looked like. The suspect, this dude, is this the dude that maybe was at the Lopez meat market? Because now I want to make sure I don't be guilty of oversight on my part. But this is kind of crazy that now a suspect in the Keanu Reeves. Oh wait, hold on.
The one that was driving the truck. He got arrested, and something happened to him in jail. They eliminated him because it was. Yeah.
Oh, so there was his. So the guys got it wrong. There is no John Gacy. There's this.
That's the company. That's the company that she did the. That's the dude she did the interview with at the Cracker Barrel. That is
John Gacy.
Yeah, it's two people that's involved. They mention names. The driver and the dude that's at the interview giving her the interview. He asks questions. That's the person that did the interview.
Yeah, so John Gacy,
the driver is the one that got arrested. Yeah,
oh, okay. Oh, okay. I see what. All right. So John Gacy is the interviewer, and that's his name sound a lot like John Wayne Gacy. If y'all don't know who John Wayne Gacy, look him up. Ooh, creepy. You know what? He's to let you know, he's most notably the inspiration for Stephen King's It. They float. They all float. The clown killer, the clown monster that eats children. Look up John Wayne Gacy. He dressed as a clown. He was good friends with Jimmy Carter and Rose Carter. That's right. Yeah, this guy was connected, but a stone cold flesh eater. All right, moving on. So now the truck driver is now dead. Wow.
Correct.
Wow. Or allegedly dead. What? Yo. Now, ladies and gentlemen, what did that guy know, or what was he gonna say that somebody big in the industry, let's not like Seventh Answer said, let's not look at the small fry. Let's look at the people who own the potato farm.
No, the hamburger, which is my next video. Hold on.
Oh, the hamburger. Brothers and sisters, we got some serious demons walking with earthly feet. And this is why we take what we do here very seriously. Go ahead, Kramer.
Investigation and information on that. The FBI has been following for 3 days. Investigation and information on that. The FBI has been following for 3 days. Here on 7 Action News, is a Detroit business buying and selling human body parts illegally? And what was inside the business? It may shock you. 7 Action News investigator Jim Kurtzner is live with the very latest tonight. And Jim, is this part of that investigation? Is that winding down at all yet?
It is indeed, Jeff. Take a live look behind me. This is what's left of the FBI evidence recovery team inside this car. And take a look at this vehicle. We believe this is the owner of the business just returning to take back possession of his business. More on that in a second. But take a look. Another busy day out here on Detroit's east side, just down the road from City Airport. Sources say they have removed several boxes of what is believed to be human remains. Sources say many, many people. This was a big operation. And get this, inside this business, a saw used to cut up bodies, it is believed, all taken away as evidence to the Wayne County Medical Examiner's Office, where it will be tested. This business is known as International Biological. It advertised as a medical educational service provider. The owner is Art Rathburn. He has a mortician license, has had in Michigan since 1982. But the big question is, did he get human bodies illegally? And was he selling them illegally? Just moments ago, the owner, we believe, showed up. I tried to ask him some questions. Mr. Rathburn, will you talk with us? What do you have to hide, sir?
Okay.
Days.
Now, go ahead.
Here on 7.
Now, the fact that the FBI is involved. It shows you how big this is. And then the driver of the truck that held Miss Keanu Reeves and was taken her to the meat market 900 miles away, he's now destroyed. He's eliminated. He's gone. All of a sudden, he got tightened up while he was in custody. Something big and major is going on because now, I think back on the Kanika Jenkins case that went down some years ago. Young girl out here in the Illinois area who wound up going to a party and never coming home, along with several other people along the way who were investigating that case. Okay? And her body was found desecrated and destroyed. Her mother wasn't very cooperative in the case, but my point is this here. Her body, when it was found, where it was found, there was also a company that dealt in body parts, collecting body parts. So this is something deep. And now you have to question what exactly, for us meat eaters, cow and beef eaters, chicken, what are we eating? When we make that supermarket trip now to get burgers and whatever, are we really eating beef? Are we really eating chicken? But especially because there was a so-called Jewish rabbi who his video has been since taken down, and I'm not very good with names, but I do recall him saying in detail how they take dead bodies, chop them up, process them, and distribute it most notably in black fast food networks and neighborhoods. He was very adamant about that. And that's not something you just say for the sake of saying, unless you mean it. And now here it is, Keanu Reeves was found, thankfully, alive, but who knows what they were getting ready to do to that child. But there's still thousands of black women missing in this country. And there's still a lot of questionable practices, arcane, dark practices. And I'm not going to forget what former world champion Ryan Garcia, for all you fight fans, how he was going on a rant. And they had started coming against him heavy. But he said, man, I'm not doing this. They're up there eating children and all kinds of other, having sex with kids. He ain't been the same, though. He hasn't been the same. He hasn't talked the same. He's been unable to perform in the ring anymore. So he let it hang out. So what we're showing you, brothers and sisters, is that, hey, yo, we are dealing with some heavy, evil people walking out here that's if they're people. How do I know we could be dealing with demon. As the Bible said, you could be entertaining an angel unaware. We could be surrounded by demons walking around in earthly flesh in disguise. All right. Seventh answer, I know you done dug deep. Let's run this video. Fair use, y'all. Fair use.
Live, where news comes first. This is WECT News.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you so much for watching tonight. I'm John Evans.
I'm Francis Weller. We have new details at this hour on a story we first reported as breaking news. A Brunswick County Sheriff's deputy is recovering after being shot this morning at a gas station in Leland.
We're now hearing from the sheriff about what happened when the man opened fire on his deputies. WECT's Ariana Bertolotti live now, where that shooting happened on Mercantile Drive in Leland. So what did you find out, Ariana?
Well, John, Sheriff Brian Chisholm says one of his deputies was hit twice by gunfire. And that deputy's ballistic vest is what stopped one of the rounds, likely saving his life. This all began around 5 o'clock this morning at the Marathon gas station on Mercantile Drive Northeast. A spokesperson for the State Bureau of Investigation says the employees at the gas station asked a man who was loitering to leave the property. When he refused, sheriff's deputies arrived and tried to speak with the man, identified now as Brandon Taylor of Virginia. That's when investigators say Taylor pulled out a gun and started firing. He hit one deputy twice before deputies returned fire and killed him. Sheriff Chisholm says this is a good reminder of the sacrifice deputies make every day.
This is the reality of law enforcement. This is truly an example of the potential dangers we face every day. We are grateful our deputy is going to be okay, but this incident is a reminder that our officers put their lives on the line every day with nearly every call they respond to.
The SBI says Taylor's body is now at the medical examiner's office for an autopsy. And as for that injured deputy, the sheriff's office says he was released from the hospital and is now home recovering. Reporting in Leland, Ariana Bertolotti, WECT News.
And yeah, we're back now. This is a story we covered early on. All the MK Ultra Manchurian candidates that are being released out here to do their boss's bidding. But notice now, whenever the perpetrator is white, they don't plaster his or her face all over the news for you to see. They are, and notice how they're becoming more and more hesitant on showing the faces of all these white perpetrators and all this white on white crime. Now let me go back to I'm gonna go back to the comment section because some of y'all caught my eye. Let me see. Let me start off with Smashing Idol. You ask a very interesting question. So was that even a Cracker Barrel interview? That's a good question. Maybe this girl was systematically lured there for other reasons. Okay? Because I know there's been a lot of Cracker Barrel closures. Now, Garden State Boss, you said y'all got my eyes going cross trying to follow along. I'm sorry, yo, but this is how we do. We're hot like fire. We try to pace it, but it's so much to unpack in so much time. Okay, but you can. The good thing about this though is you can always go back and rewatch. If you missed it live, whatever you missed live, you can check it back out and replay, Garden. But still. Y'all got my eyes going cross trying to follow along. This story should be on all networks. Why is this being hushed? Garden State Boss, that's the point that the seventh answer has been raising. Here's why it's being hushed. Corporate media is owned. The media is now corporate owned. At the same time now, with the FBI becoming involved in all these cases, and here you got now McDonald's missing black women, if you will, flesh eating. It's been a long allegation of fast food restaurants on the low, on some demonic tip, using dead bodies and processing them, crushing them up, grinding them up, and putting them out here in restaurants. If you've gone back and checked out anthology horror shows like Tales from the Crypt and a few others, you've seen movies like The Forsaken that show kind of ominous things, on the grill, on the grills in the movies. But especially Tales from the Crypt, where it involved shows where episodes where restaurant owners were chopping up human flesh and eating it. You had the sheriff and everybody who developed a taste for human flesh. See, art imitates life. Don't forget that. Let me see. Smashing Idol said, hold up. A Mexican doing Cracker Barrel interviews while Donald J. Trump is on the prowl? No, he wasn't doing it. We now learn he wasn't doing the interview. He was the driver of the truck. But the interviewer's name is John Gacy. And like I said, I wonder if he's any relation to John Wayne Gacy. But the Mexican or alleged Mexican truck driver, bro. You know, I wonder if I wonder if he was legal. But he drove 900 miles with this girl in the freezer or alleged freezer. All right, and it just, and by the grace of God, I'm gonna say the grace of God, if you will, he had some questionable tags and was pulled over, and I guess the sheriff deputy or whoever it was that pulled him over became suspicious by the way he acted and found this girl's body and found her alive. That is, okay. Garden State boss says these satanic occult members are everywhere. Judges, cops, senators, you're absolutely right. You are absolutely right, Garden State boss. And I'm going to say this here. Why do you think that when you turn on the news, you hear about all these shooting of unarmed black men, women, and children by so-called law enforcement? And for the most part, these cops go free. It's being done deliberately, systematically. You know, I look at, and I don't like saying it, but I have to just say it. I'll take you back to when Trayvon Martin was killed. Here it is, come to find out, his father is a member of a Masonic temple. His mama, an Eastern Star, okay? And you gotta look at the night when Trayvon Martin was killed, the date, but most notably, look at when George Zimmerman was found not guilty. He was found not guilty. I'm going to look it up for you all while we're talking. I'm going to help you all. I'm going to show y'all how deep and how Masonic this thing is. I look at the Trayvon Martin case, but I'm going to show you something real sinister. Now, when you go back to when George Zimmerman was found not guilty, it was a Saturday night, but it was July 13th. Let me go back. July 13th. But I'm going to show y'all something. How deep this thing is. He was found not guilty. Hold on, bear with me for a second. Yeah, July 14th of 2013. Now, let me show you how deep this demonic hellhole goes. Everyone was wondering how come when George Zimmerman was found not his verdict was shown on a Saturday night on July 13th. Well, when you go back in time and in history, July 13th, y'all, is the birthday of the first grand dragon of the Ku Klux Klan, Nathan Bedford Forrest, who became the first grand dragon Ku Klux Klansman out of Florida, albeit he was born in Chapel Hill, Tennessee. But he was out in Florida, and he was the first Grand Dragon of the Ku Klux Klan. So what was the state of Florida? What was Ron DeSantis and company trying to show you? When George Zimmerman was found not guilty on the birthday of Nathan Bedford Forrest. You see how connected and how evil? You see that maybe Trayvon Martin might have been a sacrificial lamb by his own damn parents? Yeah, that's right. I'm going to say it just like that. Sometimes not everybody's a victim random. See, you got to really be willing to uncover. As Seventh Answer said, there are a lot of black folks who are gatekeepers for Satan's army. Enemy 2/3 of Israel. That's right. I'm not going to be afraid to say it because it need to be said. Now you said smashing idol. I ain't gonna cap. Ain't y'all got to slow down and dissect this thing? That was a lot to unpack. Well, okay, Smash, you're quite right. You're quite right, but dig. What we want to do in the battle is this here. We could take time out, but in this medium spectrum, you got to be like Mike Tyson versus as opposed to Muhammad Ali, who would systematically break you down and then take you out. No, we gotta be Mike Tyson. Give it a 1, 2, 3, 4, and then the right hook, left hook, put you to sleep immediately. We going for the head choppers. Okay? And what we'll leave, and if y'all want to go back and pick apart the opponent and replay, by all means, or if there's something that you see, hey, it ain't like we don't welcome you to come talk to us if you're relevant and intelligent. But moving on.
Right. Let me drop this other video real quick. I'm gonna do the kids first, and then I'm gonna come back to this one.
These teens are charged with conspiracy to commit a mass Columbine-style school shooting. Connor Pruitt, 13, and his 14-year-old buddy Philip Bird were allegedly planning to target their middle school in Lehigh Acres, Florida.
The arrest happened after an 8th grade teacher got a tip from a student at the school that one of the boys had a gun in his backpack. When the backpack was opened, no gun was found, but police say there was a map with markings allegedly showing the exact location of all of the surveillance cameras in the school.
The teens are said to have been extensively studying the 1999 Columbine massacre.
What do you say about what you think their intent was?
I am absolutely convinced that we prevented a mass shooting. The two suspects have been surfing online, trying to buy guns on the black market. They researched thoroughly Columbine. They were inspired by Columbine.
Deputies searched their homes and found ammo, shotgun shells, knives, and other weapons. Philip Bird's mother, Carrie Tuller, broke down in tears during their appearance in court on Sunday.
He's just a little boy. I didn't think this was really serious.
I spoke with Carrie and stepdad Chris today.
Carrie, how are you convinced that your son was not about to carry out a mass shooting?
My son is no monster. He would not have hurt anybody. My niece goes to the school, and he sure as heck wouldn't have hurt his family.
Okay, you see how it's just so much happening. Oh, you found it. Okay, listen up, y'all. Wow, Seventh Answer. Yo, man. All right, and Smashing Idol. I'm gonna come back and answer your question. But yo, go ahead, run. Listen to this, y'all. What's this dude's name? I can't see it, Karima.
I forgot his name, but that other stuff was funny.
All right, listen to this, y'all. She found it. Wow.
Yeah, she said his niece go to school. Like that's gonna prevent him from doing it. Okay.
Well, we've done a great brainwashing job on them over the centuries, and especially the last few hundred years. We've just brainwashed them completely. They believe anything we tell them. And, in the meantime, we have a lot of fun around Passover where we steal the children. And, I know you know because I've heard it on your show before. I mean, we steal 100 to 300,000 children a year just here in this country. And we drain the blood and we mix it with a Passover bread. And then we throw the bodies into the slaughterhouses that we own. And we grind up all the bodies in the sausage and the hamburger. McDonald's is one of our favorite outlets. And the people, they eat it for breakfast. They eat their children for lunch. And, as Jews, we gotta do what we do. The most important thing to remember between you, Pastor Wickstrom, and me, Rabbi Hady Finkelstein of New York, that we both have two fathers, and so that's why we look at the world in two different ways. And we know that there's a massive collision that's going to take place between two forces, don't we? Well, that's what your book says. Our book says that we're going to take over the world. Well, I look at you doing a pretty good job right now. Yes, you've done a pretty good job, but there's quite an awakening coming. And,
Now, did you hear what he said? What they do with the bodies? What they do at the Passovers? They kill children. This dude is not playing. His arrogance. And whoever was recording that want that to be heard. He wasn't playing. Now, I mentioned it, and here it is, Seventh Answer, we're able to find it. But let me go back to the comment section real quick. And Smash. Hold on. Yeah, the one video that we did show, right? Oh, no, wait. To Garden State Boss. That video had nothing to do with McDonald's. They were selling cadaver parts for medical practice. But wait a minute, but Garden State. At the preface and the opening of that video, this is one of the cadaver zones. That particular facility has connections to McDonald's. That was what was being said and shown, not so much in the story itself where he was illegally acquiring the body parts, but it's shown in correlation to the story with Cracker Barrel because that particular cadaver facility has connection. Now, I don't know why they got a connection with McDonald's, but they got a connection with McDonald's. But now we heard, Karima just found the audio of that so-called Jewish rabbi who, as you heard him say, what they do with dead bodies, what they actually doing with children. Now, this is not something that he speaks in a vacuum because out of New York, there was a story that came out about a year and a half to 2 years ago where you had a Jewish community in Brooklyn that got busted with underground dungeons and tunnels and whatever else, raping children. They were finding children sexually corrupted and molested. So we take the children, we dip the Passover bread in blood, we eat it, and we give the bodies over to McDonald's. So yeah, the cadaver story, it didn't go into the details about its connection to McDonald's, but what connection could this cadaver parts facility have with Mickey D's unless he's selling dead bodies and parts to Mickey D's? And I hope that ain't the case, but that's just like creepy. Moving on. Salah Benya, there's no telling what the hell you're eating unless you're growing it yourself. I agree. Smash and Idol. That Molech sacrificing is on a crazy level. They love the kids. Yes, because you know what? Adrenochrome smashing idol. Don't forget they take the kids, they take the adrenochrome that's used, that many celebrities use and others use to, how you say, prolong their looks. Vampirism. All right? Yeah, you're right. That Molech practicing and vampirism, which goes into vampirism smashing idol. Don't forget that many of them also come out the sect of Elizabeth Bathory. Remember her? She was known for what? Killing young girls and bathing in their blood, with the belief that doing so would prolong her youth and mortality. Yeah, that's right. This is all based, some of this stuff that they're doing is based on real live people. All right. Salah Ben Yah, what are you asking? When did this happen? Oh, so you said, I guess that kills the 12 tribe chart with Mexican and Issachar. You know, Salah. Okay, don't start something, Salanya Ben Yah. But hey, you know what? Hey, that it does look kind of creepy and it does look kind of crazy. You know what I'm saying? Especially when I came out that particular sect that taught that. There's a lot of things that I'm questioning. I have to question now, considering the leader of that organization sold us out like it was nothing. So everything he ever taught, they ever taught, gotta be questioned now. I ain't gonna lie. It could be. Okay. You said, hold up, they've been doing this. You're right. They are. Yeah, smashing idol. You heard what he said about Passover blood. That's right. I don't know who they pass over into, but they take kids, kill them, take their blood, dip the Passover bread into the blood, eat it, and take the children's remains, crush it up, grind it up, and distribute it to fast food joints. He said McDonald's being one of their chief buyers. Now this shows you how and what we're dealing with. And he wasn't playing. He was not kidding. He wasn't trolling. He was dead serious. Okay? And this shows you why we come here week after week, putting it down, doing our due diligence to show you that, listen, there's no time for sleeping, no time for playing. We have to make sure that we get this thing out here for everybody to know who and what they're dealing with. Because like you said, Salaya Ben Yah, we don't even know what the hell we're eating anymore. Even when you try to go vegan, they're putting God knows whatever in the vegetables, the food, the rice. We don't know what we're eating. Without spot or blemish, yeah, we all better repent. Okay? Because there's a lot that's happening out here. But Salah Ben Yah, you funny with that whole, I guess that killed the 12 tribe chart with Mexican as Issachar. Hey, there's a lot of questions that my coming out of the UPK, that's Universal Practical Knowledge sect of the Israelite community, that I must study, considering the fact that I know firsthand that the Illuminati and Rosicrucians were able to finally penetrate, permeate, and infiltrate that zone, and some of the leaders and the underlings of that time, and so-called elders at the time, with the exception of a beautiful brother named Kazak. He's the only one who didn't sell us out, while the others did. That's why everything they ever taught now, I must question, including the 12 tribe chart, which at one time I used to be an advocate of. But what I do know is this here, all right? What we're showing you all out here is why it's important not only to listen to us, But we want you to get up off your behinds. And we want you to get out here and check things out for yourself. Now, seventh answer, there's no sound to this video. But for those of you, I can break it down. I know this is a video
These were
showing
arrests on a
example.
massive scale. Amongst those taken into custody by the FBI were city mayors, politicians and religious leaders. The authorities needed buses to cope with the sheer scale of the operation.
New Jersey's corruption problem is one of the worst, if not the worst, in the nation. Corruption is not only pervasive, it has become ingrained in New Jersey's political culture.
It's thought that religious charities controlled by prominent rabbis were used to launder cash. The arrests were part of a 10-year operation that uncovered money laundering on an international scale, as well as corruption and the sale of human organs in the US, Switzerland and Israel.
The list of people we arrested sounds like it should be the roster for a meeting of community leaders. But sadly, they weren't meeting in a boardroom this morning. They were in the FBI booking room.
Prosecutors say one rabbi was dealing in human kidneys for transplant for a decade, buying them from vulnerable people at a huge profit. The scale of the corruption across New Jersey has outraged residents.
It just goes back to the belief that Hudson County is incredibly corrupt. And I thought we were making headway, becoming less corrupt.
The number of arrests was remarkable even for New Jersey, where more than 130 public officials have pleaded guilty or been convicted of corruption in the last 10 years.
Now, without us having to even say it, now that's just New Jersey. But there's New York and all other states involving these people. Now, let me break, since I'm familiar with New Jersey and what transpired. Not only were they into the whole human organs selling, they were also caught up in insider trading, welfare scams, schemes, cons, and hustles. Okay, we're talking about in the millions of dollars robbing needy people of EBT benefits and cash benefits. This is what they do. You know, you're anti-Semitic. Shut up, man. These are the criminals that blame everything on black people, though. These are the people who tell us that we need to pull ourselves up by our bootstraps and remember the Holocaust. But look at all the low-down, dirty dealing and evil things that they're doing. And see how the Lord is exposing them? See, we're not battling against flesh and blood. We're battling against spiritual wickedness in high places. But yet here it is, lion's den. We coming on the prowl, and we're wrecking and crushing everything underfoot by the power of the Lord in Christ, from whom more positive thoughts flow. I don't take no credit in anything I do positive. It's only because I'm in the right frame of mind to receive the message of the Lord, to go out and do my bidding. Karima does the same thing with Karima, JT Raw, and we come here and we bring it to you straight with no chaser. And one thing about us that we've shown throughout the years of our living, not only are we not going to be sold, but we can't be bought. And that's why we go hard in the paint. And let me see who's talking. You say this, the key similarity between the worship of the god Adramelech and the broader practice of child sacrifice in the Old Testament context is the method and the severity of the act. That's correct, which places Adramelech's cult among the most condemned pagan practices. Adramelech, y'all get it? Okay, smashing out. You just made a very interesting connection. Yeah, wow. Yeah, adrenochrome, okay, wow. All right, I see what you did. Etymology there. So now listen, y'all. Oh, you got another video? Oh wow, Seventh Dancer, you on your you move like the Flash here. All right. So let's run this video and let's see what they talking about. Let's go to work. Okay, stop for a second. Now, brothers and sisters, this is the event that we talked about earlier on that transpired in Southport, North Carolina. Now, we're not gloating here, but what we're doing is showing how all this projection and lying about us and us being the biggest crime committers is a bunch of hooey and garbogio. And this is just showing you time more and more how the Lord is working, how some things they just can't keep contained. So this is the events that transpired in Southport, North Carolina that Saturday night, 9:30 p.m. Go ahead, Karima.
As officers arrived and were on the way, we got multiple reports of an active shooter, possibly coming from a boat that was out in the intercoastal waterway. Unfortunately, we do have 3 deceased at the establishment that we are dealing with right now, working the crime scene, and we have possibly 6 that are injured at local hospitals that are receiving treatment. We don't have the names. We'll not be releasing any names right now due to notifications that need to be made to those families. We just ask that you keep those that have been affected by this in your prayers and your thoughts. I'm comfortable to say that there is we don't feel like there's any additional threats to the community right now. We're working with neighboring Oak Island with a possible suspect, but we'll have more information on that at a later time.
All right, you can let that go. Thank you, Karima. See, again, like I said, you ever notice that when the perpetrators are white, they don't splash their face and plaster them all over the place? Nope. Now, Karima, what I want to do is, in finality, if you could find the Michael Harriet video, is black on black crime is a hoax. I want to use that as a closeout, and we'll just call it a night. Cause I know some of y'all have to go to work. Cause I could go on, but I know, but as always, the conversation continues with the other issues I want to cover. But I want to finish this out with this last video. If you could find it for me, Karima. He should be number 8 or number 7, and it's black on black crime is a hoax, and we're gonna close out for the night. Now, in the meantime, in between time, we hope that you have been enjoying this hardcore, fast-paced, live and direct presentation of The Conversation Continues here in the Lion's Den. All right? We hope that you appreciate the work that JT Raw, Ishaya Da, the Seventh Answer, Lady Karima, and myself, Brother Malachi. We hope that you appreciate the time and energy we take out of our lives and our hectic schedules and what we got to deal with in our day-to-day lives. And we sacrifice as the Lord requires us in righteousness to be living sacrifices, to come out here and stand on business, our business, spiritual and otherwise, to bring this powerful medium to you. This is the Lion's Den. And as you can see, Karima runs a tight ship, but there's no respect of persons, no holes are barred, and there ain't nothing that we're not afraid to talk about and tackle. But this is why, as Malcolm X, Martin Luther King, and Medgar Evers, and so many others, and the late great Huey Newton said, Fred Hampton, Charles Hampton, and all the other powerful men and women who died for this crusade. But above all, Christ, who said, know ye the truth, and the truth shall set you free. But he got that from his Father, from the one true God, who said, we'll strive for the truth until we die. And that's what we're gonna do. We have our issues like anyone else, but we rise to our greater selves to come here and make this medium happen. Rather than sit around complaining about what ABC, NBC, or some other media platform won't do or talk about for it, we're doing it ourselves. And as you can see, we do a splendid job.
Yeah, I don't see that video.
All right, then I tell you what. Here what we're gonna do. We're just gonna. I'm already in the closeout mode anyway. So what we're gonna do is say we've now come to an end, and I'll cover that next another time. I'll look him up and I'll bring him back. I'm also gonna tackle. Oh yeah, if he's listening, Ringo TV. I'm coming for you, dude. I'm coming for you, Ringo. You got a lot of things to say about black media, and some of us out here, you talk about we teaching hate and spewing hate. I'm gonna deal with you, Ringo. And if anyone knows this, if you're familiar with Ringo TV, let them know Malachi is coming. Let them know the Seventh Answer is coming. And JT, we coming for you, Ringo, but in love, not mean spirited, but we want to correct you on a few things. Okay? Clearly, you've had a bad experience with some corrupt Israelites and whatever else. Now you got this whole thing twisted in your head to say some fly things out your mouth that you shouldn't say. So in the spirit of Ezekiel 3:17, I'm gonna come talk to you, Ringo. But first, I'm gonna introduce everybody to who you are. Oh, you got one more video? Let's run this video. Oh, this is Karima. Is this the video of the cop who shot the brother in Tennessee?
Yeah, he killed them inside. Yeah, I think incarceration. I believe. Yeah, he shot him though.
Yeah,
He
run
killed
this
them.
video. I want y'all to pay attention to this story.
He ain't in jail. He wasn't in jail.
Yeah, go ahead and run this video.
Yeah, he's an inmate and he killed him in jail.
Yeah, okay. So listen up, y'all.
Charged with murder and the death of an inmate. Charges were filed against Deputy Richard Fatherly this afternoon. He has yet to be arrested.
I chose to summons him, and that allowed the process to move forward. Highly unusual in a serious case.
We first reported on the death of Wyandotte County inmate Charles Adair in early July. He died during a struggle with jail employees, with one officer kneeling on Adair's back. Tonight, KSHB 41 News reporter Megan Abundance details what we know about the case and brings us the voice of a defense attorney for insight.
A Wyandotte County Sheriff's deputy was charged with involuntary manslaughter and second-degree murder charges in the death of an inmate. Deputy Richard Fatherly was employed here at the Wyandotte County Detention Center. We know he also worked with inmates in the courthouse, too. Wyco Sheriff's Deputy Richard Fatherly was placed on unpaid administrative leave. He worked here
Working in the detention center.
for a year and 4 months. He's been charged with homicide.
We do not believe that this was an intentional act.
District Attorney Mark Dupree made clear the deputy suspect was not arrested and instead told to show up to court in November.
That is common practice when in this county where there are charges for officers.
We talked with defense attorney Greg Watt outside the detention center.
I'm telling you, that is absolutely not the norm.
Watt said especially so with a high-level offense like homicide.
A summons is not the norm. I've never seen it.
Usually an arrest warrant is issued, a booking, and a bond. Watt says this is highly unusual, but Dupree said the deputy wasn't a flight risk and is cooperative. He did say there was a potential conflict of interest.
In this situation, the conflict is readily apparent. It is likely that my office will be filing a request for an out-of-county judge to oversee this case. It's very possible that the judge, the DA's office, all these individuals that have potentially worked alongside the accused.
Now, the fact finders, the jury, will have to find what was the result of Charles Adair's death. We know he died during a struggle with jail employees, including one who knelt on his back. So how much did Deputy Fatherly deviate from best practices when it comes to restraints or policing the situation? And the other side, looking at Adair's pre-existing health condition. Megan Abundis, KSHB 41 News.
So we know Charles Adair was in jail for facing multiple traffic tickets. He was 50 years old. The DA made sure to mention Fatherly was not a certified law enforcement officer and didn't do patrols. Fatherly faces up to a combined 52 years in prison. Was charged.
Look, if you go kneeling on someone's neck or their back, there is a thing known as positional asphyxiation. They know this in their training. They killed that man. He killed that man on purpose, kneeling on his back. He knows exactly what he was doing. And it's got to stop. But again, this has been this has been another episode of The Conversation Continues. Talking about what's on your mind. And in closing, once again, we give an honor to the Lord in Christ, from whom all positive thoughts flow. And whether you like it or not, believe it or not, or you want to deal, the Lion's Den is the Truthality social media platform that brings it live and keeps it all the way real. And again, We thank you out there in Lions Den land, all y'all that came in here to converse with us tonight. Salaya Benyard, Smashing Idol. Okay, let's see. I'm going to get these names right. We have Without Spot Blemish. We have Garden State Boss. And so many others. We thank you for coming in here and kicking it with us. And so in closing, and as always, in the spirit of our brother once known as Don Cornelius, but on the Hebrew tip, we always say, Shalom, peace, Ahab, love, and the Paj, watch over and protect your soul. And we are now up out of here.
I'll praise you, Most High. Yeah, that sound good, y'all. Hello. What we doing?
Hey, cook that up, Khalid.
We still getting to the money, got these haters in they field. Lil' homie, let them chill. Most I told me vengeance hit my enemies, my footstools. We ain't got no beef for real. Just here, this how we live. Look here, homie, we still getting to the money, got these haters in they field. Lil' homie, let them chill. Most I told me vengeance hit my enemies, my footstools. We ain't got no beef for real. Just here, this how we live. Look here, homie, be still. They said you got the call, they trying to blackball you. Play what they own, bro. You can't blackball a boss. The whole world, they hate Israel. The way you hate your neighbor, might as well pull the trigger on yourself. You know we get excited by the smoke. Every day we casting flesh. Say my treasure stored in heaven, we gon' blow the rest. They disrespecting and we check. The bank that causing kept it still. They asking others about my business, but I ain't got no instant miss. See, I still deal with ox direct. Cause your person don't mean you respect. Your outlet don't get no credit if the ox ain't in it. Money answer all things and you got all these questions. Playing Vic. Look, I employ slavery. I'll if you broke, you say it. Yo, them crews in the hood, Jews in the hood. I caught them clues, now I'm good. I broke it down, he understood my all to you. Filtered through, you found a few, I'm good. We what we sold, this here exclusive. They like, hey, folk, look what you doing. We still getting to the money, got these haters in they field. Lil' homie, let them chill. Most I told me vengeance hit my enemies, my footstools. We ain't got no beef for real. Just here, this how we live. Look here, homie, we still getting to the money, got these haters in they field. Lil' homie, let them chill. Most I told me vengeance hit my enemies, my footstools. We ain't got no beef for real. Just here, this how we live. Look here, homie, be still. Most I told me be still, give a room to work. Know my movie work. Your faith ain't good, don't put the work in. In the spirit flexing, that my day job. Getting the mode out my own, I don't know what they are. Before I got the blueprint, and I'm too legit to quit. Let it spark in the dark, be a light, got it lit. Trying to map my movement, got my haters pondering. The odds set the question there, they wanna know if you still lit. It hit different, you authentic, a lot of odds pretending. We do it for the Lord, got my own emotion. Who are you to judge? Look most high first, none above. Tap in the spirit, we locked in. They'll come against your plot. You know Judas said, yeah. We spit them scripts, they barely now. Came on slave ships, then you not black. You know they tell you everything. Isaiah 30:20, yeah, we bad. You see what happened when they tried to rail the train up off the track. False witness, hypocrite. We throw shots back, now they feel hit. Must go get it. We still getting to the money, got these haters in they field. Lil' homie, let them chill. Most I told me vengeance hit my enemies, my footstools. We ain't got no beef for real. Just here, this how we live. Look here, homie, we still getting to the money, got these haters in they field. Lil' homie, let them chill. Most I told me vengeance hit my enemies, my footstools. We ain't got no beef for real. Just here, this how we live. Look here, homie, be still.